To order. As always, I appreciate everybody being able to be here. This is the meeting coming out of what are in theory the slower months that turned into anything except an incredibly busy June and July. And we're heading into a busy August too. So Council, I know you guys are already plugged in, but it is certainly going to be a busy one. So with that, we will move into our invocation, our Pledge of Allegiance. As we are coming forward with Father Wiley, our police chaplain, if you would please remember to silence your cell phones and watches and things like that.
Let us pray. Gracious, loving, and almighty God, we give you thanks for the abundant blessings of this life. We thank you for gathering us together here this evening. We thank you for this city, and we thank you for those that you've called to lead the people and the place that we call Goldsboro. Father, we ask that you pour your Spirit upon each of us. Give us discerning hearts and discerning minds to make decisions that are best suited for all our residents and our visitors. And Father, we ask that you protect everyone here and bring us ever closer to each other and to you. All this we ask in the name of your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. If you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, if you would please conduct a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Weeks.
Present.
Councilman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
And Councilman White.
Present. All right. Those present accounted for, appreciate it. And both of the council ladies who are not able to be with us this evening, we look forward to seeing both of you again very soon. All right. We will move for an adoption of the agenda. I believe that there was a request from our clerk to remove item 9.2 as there are some additional applications that actually were, as we're learning how our website is built, we want to make sure that we're able to review all of the applications that have come in. So that's a good thing. We have more than we thought we had, so that's a good thing. So we will strike 9.2. I don't believe there was anything else, Mr. Livingston?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
So with that, I would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as modified to remove item 9.2.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to adopt the agenda with the modification of removing item 9.2. We will vote electronically if possible, I presume.
It's not. I had my computer restarted. If you'll.
All in favor? If you would please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. All right, with that, we will move into recognitions and presentations. As everyone is familiar, we do try and make sure that we hear from each of our appointed boards at a regular interval so that all of council is aware of what all is going on, as well as the public. And that way, council can ask questions, make suggestions, and just kind of be able to see the folks that are volunteering their time and talents, and oftentimes treasure as well, to be able to serve the people of the city of Goldsboro. So with that, Mr. Livingston, I'll turn it over to you if you would start us off on item 4.1.
Yes, we have Amanda here with our Travel and Tourism Department, and I think she's going to give our presentation.
Emma's great.
Judith, okay.
There you go.
All right, good evening, y'all.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right.
And a happy birthday late.
Yeah.
They should be pulling it up.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is that moment of awkwardness where you just have to kill
Yeah.
some time.
Just kill time for a second. I'll ask one while you're on. Do you remember roughly how long you have been on Travel and Tourism now? As long as I've been attending meetings, you've been on there. So longer than my term in office.
Yeah.
And now you serve as the chairperson for it.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yep. Did I go too far? Yeah, I think I know. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm giving the presentation for the Goldsboro Tourism Council, for the City Council, because I'm the chairperson of the City Board. All right. Our missions and goals is to enrich the quality of life and to encourage economic development by promoting travel and tourism in our community. develop Goldsboro and Wayne County as a unique travel destination. Goldsboro Tourism Council, we meet every fourth Wednesday jointly with the Wayne County Tourism Development Authority in the Travel and Tourism Conference Room located at 119 North Center Street in downtown Goldsboro. All right, the Goldsboro Tourism Council. The Goldsboro Tourism Council is appointed by City Council and is comprised of 3 hoteliers, 3 citizens interested in tourism, and 3 ex officio officers. Wayne County Tourism Development Authority is appointed by the county commissioners and is comprised of 12 members. A third of members must collect occupancy tax. Half of the members must be active in the promotion of travel and tourism and to officio seats. That's always a difficult word. All right. Partners, visitors, and economic growth. The Travel and Tourism Office partners with area hotels, attractions, event organizers, festivals, and other visitor-related organizations to promote Goldsboro as a premier destination. Through targeted marketing campaigns and strategic programs, the office works to increase business travel, leisure travel, sports tourism, agritourism, and military-related travel. These efforts enhance the visitor experience while growing tourism economic impact on Goldsboro and the surrounding areas. Quarterly E's newsletter, we keep local and travelers connected and informed of seasonal events in Goldsboro and Wayne County. Our newsletter has over 14,000 subscribers. Visitors can sign up for our newsletter by visiting our website. Recent story and an ad in our state magazine, the Country Fruit Stand number 2 was highlighted in the July issue of our state. We took the opportunity to place an ad for the North Carolina Freedom Fest to generate even more interest in the visit to Goldsboro. We love jet noise, so I love jet noise. Our jet noise billboard is located on heavily traveled 70 West between Goldsboro and Raleigh, targeting locals and transmits traffic. It has weekly impressions of 88,654 people. The 71st Dillard Goldsboro Alumni Homecoming, 1.5K of visitors to downtown on May 23rd for the parade. Over 1,100 room nights, and visitors were from Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina. Over $1 million worth of economic impact to Goldsboro and Wayne County, and they come faithfully every year. What we do, we host travel and media writers, maintain visitor center, sell Totally Fly and I Love Jet Noise merchandise, and personnel visits to welcome centers. And other things that we do is we attend legislative receptions, congressional visits to promote the tourism industry, participate in travel-related trade shows, coordinate quarterly civilian tours with Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and facilitate hotelier familiarization tours. As you can see, I'm in that picture. All right. What we do is we distribute visitor guides, brochures, and flyers to 13 welcome centers, area visitor centers, museums, attractions, and other tourism offices. Members of the North Carolina Travel Industry Association board member, North Carolina Coast Host board member, and North Carolina Associated of Festivals and Events board member. We promote attractions. And then we promote festivals and events like Freedom Fest, Wings Over Wayne, which that will happen next year. Fireworks Over Wayne, Goldsboro Dill Alumni, Center Street Jam, and Goldsboro Fan Fest, just to name a few. The results, domestic visitors to Wayne County spent $207 million in 2024, a 2.3 increase over 2023. 1,273 jobs in Wayne County were directly attributed to travel and tourism. State and local tax revenues from travel to Wayne County totaled to $13.72 million. 2024 or 2025 numbers will be available at the end of August. Recruit and promote sporting events like AJGA, soccer, and the USTA. And Amanda is up.
Thank you, Judith.
You're welcome.
Felicia and I are going to tag team the next little bit of the presentation, if that's okay. So, good evening, Mayor, Council. We wanted to take a few minutes to talk to you guys about the USTA Championship. We've had the opportunity to host the North Carolina Singles Championship in Goldsboro since 2013. To give you an idea, this is the estimated economic impact for this event last year. There were 725 players, estimated 300 room nights, depending on how their schedule was and where they were traveling from. $479,000 of visitor spending generated, and $297,600 was hotel revenue, which created $17,865 in occupancy tax, which, as you're familiar with, is what goes to fund travel and tourism. We were scheduled to host the championship again in 2026. In October, the courts were showing some wear, but they got much worse after the very harsh winter that we had this year. Just to give you an idea, this is what some of the courts look like. So that's Herman Park, and that's the Goldsboro Event Center. And the Goldsboro Event Center is clay.
Are all of the courts at Goldsboro Event Center that are hard courts, are they pickleball now?
Yes.
And that brings me to part of the presentation at the bottom.
Oh, sorry.
No. I just was going to say that hinders us from being able to play on them. Okay, so back in USTA did a site visit and in April, and when they came in and saw the courts, they were concerned about the player safety. On July 21st, Kellyanne, Felicia, Parks and Recreation, myself, Travel and Tourism, we all had a Zoom call with USTA, and it was decided that it would not be best to host the championship here this year due to our court conditions. USTA advised us to take a break from hosting this year to see if we could fix the courts at Herman Park and the Goldsboro Event Center. While our existing courts are in need of repair, we like the total number of desired courts to continue to be competitive. In the past, we've been able to use some of the high school courts, but some of them are now in even worse shape than our courts. We also had reached out to use other courts like Wilton and Kinston to also help us gain the amount of courts that we need. And then, Mayor, to what you were asking about the pickleball courts, per guidelines, they cannot be used for championship play. Is there anything you want to add before I go?
I'll just add on to that. So what Amanda was just saying about the pickleball lines, that is a USTA rule. It's not a Felicia rule or Amanda rule, but that's a USTA rule where you can only have tennis lines on the tennis courts for professional play. And that also comes into with some of the high school courts that we've been using locally, because pickleball is growing and, you know, it's out in the community. I know some of the high schools, they're considering putting down like permanent lines on their tennis courts, which for high school play, I believe it's fine. But when you look at professional, like USTA play, the tournament that we host, those courts will be pulled out of our inventory once those pickleball lines get put on them, which again, going back to what Amanda was saying, that was why we were looking at expanding our coverage into Wilson and Kinston with getting more courts there as well.
while USTA is a great tournament that brings in a lot of positive tourism and economic impact, which we saw on the slide, the courts also get more than just use that one time a year. Citizens use them, and the high schools play their regionals, I know at least at the Herman Park courts. Is that right?
Yes.
How many schools have, if you know off the top of your head, how many schools, charter, private, public, all, have Herman Park designated as their home courts? It's a bunch.
It's a bunch. We have 2 for sure, and then over the years we've gotten others to come and play as well. So we're up to 5, and then sometimes even it'll spill over to the clay courts at the Goldsboro Event Center, especially if Goldsboro High School, if they have a home match. And we've been able to finagle it, I'll say, with the 2 schools that have been there for a minute. Goldsboro High School is their home court, and then other schools will come in, and depending upon, because it's 10 courts, so depending upon the size, they can actually be out there at the same time playing matches, and that has happened. But yeah, they do get a lot of use by the public in general.
At least back in my day, Eastern Wayne, that was our home courts as well. At one point, Wayne Community College was. Of course, Wayne Community Colleges had to abandon their courts.
Right.
And I mean, they're so expensive to maintain.
Right. And that's what's also happened is with Wayne Community College abandoning their courts, some of the schools that were playing there at Herman Park.
Sounds like a need for a partnership conversation, doesn't it?
And in addition to what we were just saying about the general usage, we also put in an additional bid for 27 and 28 to add not only the singles tournament again, but also we went after a juniors tournament that's in July. And as we know, July doesn't really have a lot going on, so we were hoping to kind of add that into the mix as well.
That's usually our slow month for
Hotels. Yeah.
So during the July joint meeting of the Goldsboro Tourism Council and the Wayne County Tourism Development Authority meeting, our board discussed drafting a letter of support to send to USTA, letting them know that the tourism board is committed to trying to find a solution. And it would be great if we could include some type of support from the council also. Even with the court repair, there's no guarantee that we will be able to host the USTA in years to come, especially like we were talking about due to some of the school courts and other courts in the area that's outside of our control. So we will also be looking to see if there's some other sporting events that we could host as well.
So right now, Miss Felicia, what would that look like from the council? Because obviously in this conversation here, council is not read up and prepared to be able to discuss any sort of budget commitment, right? And I'm not one that asks for empty words. So is this a conversation where that you feel like you could come back with some sort of idea of what verbally saying that we're committed to trying to find a solution, what that actually looks like monetarily, operationally, logistically even? I mean, the courts don't repair themselves overnight. So is there a little bit of homework that we could do on this and then bring it back to council?
I've done a little bit of homework where, following up with our meeting with USTA, they gave me 4 tennis court contractors that they have worked with recently that understand the USTA guidelines. And so I've been able to get in contact with a couple of them. And so they've given me some prices and timelines. And the biggest thing with the tennis court repair, whether you're constructing or repairing, you want to do it what they consider a mild climate. So like in the fall of the year or in spring, because you want temperature to be, at least above, I can't remember if it's 50 or 60 degrees on a steady pace. But also, you don't want to complete the courts in November and then you have December and January, because you're pretty much killing yourself because the courts haven't had a chance to settle in. And so like I said, I've just spoken with a couple of them, but the range is between 150 and 250, and that's for repair. But the repair should last a good 7 years.
So they're thinking dig out cracks and refill?
Dig out cracks, refill, lay what do you call, like this?
Sorry,
It's a new poly mesh overlay.
I was a tennis star. Obviously, I played Eastern Wayne and then grew up at the country club courts. And myself and Joanne Logan are probably the two people left in this town that know how to work the watering systems out there. So you get stuck in a grind call.
And that's my question, Mr. Mayor. Even with the repair that we may do out at Herman Park, are we going to install some type of water system out there to keep them in the heat of the month, so we can try to alleviate or at least lessen the cracking that go on? Because I know we water the courts out at the municipal golf course.
Right. Well, we water them because those are clay courts. The hard courts we really don't need to water. The issue we ran into with the hard courts, well, first off, we had them redone 13 years ago, and by tennis court standards, we should be trying to get them resurfaced every 5 to 7 years. We didn't do that, for whatever reason, that's in the past. We did not go back and resurface the courts. But similar to what Amanda just said, we had a very, very harsh winter. Those cracks were not there last October. You had like some spider cracks, and even speaking with the tennis court contractors, it's not just us, it's other places with hard courts. They're dealing with this really harsh winter that we just had, because they said what happens is water gets into the little fine spider cracks, and then they freeze, so they expand, water melts, contract, expand, contract, expand, contract, and that's the result of it. But speaking with both contractors, one contractor has, he has a special mesh fiber where he has he has a patent on it, or the company has a patent on it. But I know one of the contractors, they actually did our pickleball courts for us, and they were completed back in 2017. And if you go out there, you'll see where there are no cracks like that. And it's because of this mesh fiber that they put down. And in speaking with the contractors, I'm like, okay, so this will last 1 to 2 years. I mean, just give it to me. They're like, no. They said it should last you at least 5 to 7 years. They would like to say 10, but keeping themselves in check, they say it'll last 5 to 7 years. And then of course, regular tennis maintenance. You should be looking to try to get them resurfaced, repainted every 5 to 7 years. But as far as filling in the cracks, that should last us a while.
And then my next question, if I may.
Please, go ahead.
How many courts do you actually need to run that tennis tournament?
For the singles tournament, because it's growing, let me see, 10, 16. It's at least 30. It's quite a few courts. Excuse me, because when we first got it, when we first got it, it was Herman Park, Goldsboro Event Center, several of the high schools in the area, Southern Wayne, Eastern Wayne, CB Aycock, Walnut Creek, and then we expanded to Green Ridge Racquet Club and Green Central High School. And then the tournament grew. So keep all those in mind. The tournament grew over the years. So then we added Bill Fay and Kinston, those tennis courts there. And so, like I said, each year the participation, like I said, we've been hosting for 13 years. And so the numbers that Amanda put up, where she's like 700 and some players, when we first started, it was less than 400. So it's grown over the years, and each year we look to try to bring in more courts. So with us already using Bill Fay and Kinston, which, thank you, Kinston, Lenore Parks and Recreation, we're reaching out to other entities in Kinston to see if we could use their courts as well.
Have we reached out in Johnson County as well?
Have not reached out to Johnson County. We did reach out to Wilson. And the other thing to keep in mind, specifically with the singles, we need 3 courts at a location, the way they play their matches. So you need at least 3. Having 1 or 2 courts on the site really doesn't, we can't count that. So anything more than 3 is good, whether it's 3, 6, 10, 12, because the way they play their matches, even though it's singles, it's a team play. So you need 3 courts for them to get a match in.
Isn't there a mileage too that they try and kind of keep it within as well? Yeah.
Okay. And also what Amanda was saying, which is true, USTA, they like to try to keep it within a certain mile radius, drive radius. So even though we were sending people 20, 25 minutes out in the drive radius, if the same tournament was held in like the Triangle area, which it had previously been held there several years back, they could be going to a court that's 5 miles up the road, but because of the Triangle traffic, it's still going to take them 20, 25 minutes to get there. So they try to look at that time span it gets them to get from one location to another.
So bringing this, bringing this back to a board conversation. So bringing this back to a board conversation, is this something that I was not able to be at the last Goldsboro Tourism Council meeting, and I apologize. Is this something that we would like to bring up, at that board? Also, see if there's a conversation to be had with any other potential partner. And I mean, I think there's got to be a return on investment here, just like we looked at with the lights out at Bryan Multisports. I think it's got to be justifiable, right? But if you're generating $17,000 in occupancy tax on a single tournament for a single year, you can see how that on its own, that in theory could pay for a thing over the length of time that we're talking about for this amount of investment. But that's not really the purpose of this particular conversation, and I don't want to pressure council into one specific corner on this one. What is the next step to be able to either do something with the Goldsboro Tourism Council to be able to get some sort of resolution or specific request or some sort of specific funding piece? What would the conversation look like to talk to some of the other schools and see if there's any viability for them in some small way to be able to? I think it at least helps us justify it if we can say these are the designated home courts for the next 5 years for schools A, B, and C. Is there anything here that we can kind of go towards so that we could put a reasonable ask on the table for council? And that was a lot of word salad. I apologize.
Well, I know that USTA was kind of looking for us to come back to them, within the next 2 weeks, maybe with some type of can anything be done, and if so, what does that look like? Just because they are in the process of looking at the bids for 27 and 28, like they were going to start today, and we were like, hey, we have a council meeting, can you let us talk to council and just update them? So they are going to be making a decision within the next 2 to 3 weeks as to who they're going to award the 27 and 28 bids to.
Well, obviously I'm the orchestrator of the meeting, and I'm one vote. Should a vote be called? Ultimately, it's the will of council. I mean, our city manager is sitting here. He can kind of guide us on the finances and things like that. I would like to be able to do something, if we're doing this in the spirit of heads and beds, then I would like to be able to see how there's a potential way to partner with GTC, again, if there is. Now, GTC also just made a huge investment in Bryan Multisports. So I'm just not lost on me. But I'd like to be able to see what the finances could look like. And also, this wasn't part of the brief per se. Like an actual vote on something wasn't necessarily so it would have been a new business item, not a presentation and a general update. But that being said, council ultimately controls the agenda and controls the meeting. If it's the will of the council to take action, or if it's the advice of the manager to take action, certainly willing to do so.
Felicia, I have a couple more questions.
Please, go ahead.
So I was calling around other cities as well to see, because some of the cities even have private owners that keep up their tennis courts. So I wrote down a couple of questions from this weekend in my conversations with them. Number one, let's talk. I was told roughly that the estimates we would be looking at would probably be anywhere between the 200 to 250 range. How many courts are we talking at between the 2 to 250? What kind of income is going to be needed in additional to maintain the courts? Are there any grants available? Because I do know that this would have qualified for that COVID grant. Okay, we could have used that money on this. So are there any grants available? And I myself am like the mayor. We need to look at partnerships. If the county schools are using the courts as well, we need to look at what is the county willing to contribute, the county schools, and see what the partnership would look like. And then my final question for you to get back with me on is, I was observing your stats when I was going through the packet this weekend. I'd like to know from you ladies, how do you come up with your formula to get the revenue that is attained from a tournament? Okay, so if you're telling me this tournament made us $479,000, how do you guys formulate the outcome of that tournament?
So these numbers are based off the Visit NC numbers that come out every year. So these were based off of 24's, what they estimate. Now, of course, this is across the state, but that is what they say that a day tripper would spend in a day and what an overnight individual would spend. And then as far as the room nights, we just basically estimated half of the players using the room nights. I wish there was a 100% true formula, but this is kind of what I've used for the last 10 years, is what Visit NC is put out over year to use.
So my direction to the staff was to go ahead and start doing the research, put in the part of grant application, seek out the recommendations from the recreation resource consultants that are for our region up in Raleigh. We have a new master plan, so that's 25 points right there. This is all about maximizing the points on our application. I can look over and help them with that application. It's very competitive, but the max on it is $500,000. It's a dollar for dollar match, but we can use travel and tourism funds as a match. We can use other things as a match. We can use in-kind labor, but either way, it's a need that the community has, and it's been something that's been it's been neglected for a long time. So I think it's time that we at least apply for those grants.
I know as long as I've been a hotelier in this industry, we have had USTA every year in October. It's like every year. I can speak from the hotelier side.
And then also going back to the questions that you were asking, so touching on what the city manager just said as far as different grants and things. So with the PARTF grant, that's the Parks Recreation Trust Fund grant, they award that in May. And again, as Amanda was saying, looking at a tournament in July, and the USTA, that the singles league championship that we usually host, is in October. So yes, there are grants out there, and like going for that grant, that would be great. We get it. Getting that grant, we will not have the courts ready in time, definitely for July, because you're looking at a good 2 to 3 months to try to get everything as far as finished. And with Herman Park, there are 10 courts, and Amanda was showing you pictures. So you had cracks. You had what I call a big crack, but some people may be like, "Oh, just step over it." But you have cracks like that, throughout the courts in Herman Park, and it's 10 courts. And that's why I say I've already reached out to a couple of tennis court contractors, and that's the range of 159 to 252. That's what we're looking at with the prices they've given me. And I reached out to a third one, just to see what they say as well. But they're both saying the same thing as far as what I said earlier. We had a really harsh winter. And unfortunately, it did that to our courts, but it also did that to other courts, not only in Wayne County, but in surrounding areas as well.
I'm a big fan of the sport. Played it my entire life until the last few years when I decided to give my time to other things. But if there is a articulable ask, then we could look at something later in the agenda if there is something this evening, or at the beginning of in the next agenda packet. Now, as far as I'm willing to state on the record, I absolutely support looking for a solution, period. I'm not willing to guarantee you the finances where my vote is right now, but I'm absolutely interested. If that is enough to get us to the next meeting, that for me, I can go along with. I would hate for us to, on the spur of the moment, when we try to be so methodical about things, to say, all right, let's put $250,000, not to exceed contract out there when we don't have a contract or a vendor in front of us, So if that is sufficient.
Per court, right?
Yeah.
That's $250,000.
No,
was
that's
that-
total for the
Okay.
10 courts.
For
That's the
10,
total
okay.
cost for the 10 courts. Yeah.
Which is frankly a lot less than
What
what
you need for-
resurfacing. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I'm sorry, but let me just say, I was very happily surprised at the prices they were giving me, because I just knew it was going to be so much more. But the thing that they did say to me is, again, that very harsh winter is what caused the cracks to come in. They said, but your base is solid, so we're not talking about a complete reconstruction. We're not talking about having to tear everything up and start fresh. We're talking about going in, fixing the cracks, and putting down the surfacing.
It is a huge amenity that the city of Goldsboro provides. I know it draws a lot of people in. I live a block and a half from those courts. I see how used they are. Would a motion simply instructing our Parks and Recreation staff and city manager's office to explore any potential funding partnerships with the desire to fix the courts if financially possible, is that a sufficient motion at this time?
You think so?
We can certainly reach out to USTA and give them an update as to the council's being open to looking at trying to find a solution, and just see what they say and go from there. I think it's I think it would be a positive, letting them know that we did come before you tonight and that you share in concern as well, and we just need a little more time.
So would it be the pleasure of council then to entertain a motion instructing Parks and Recreation staff and the city manager's office to explore funding opportunities to make court repairs, and if a financially viable option is found, to please present that at our next council meeting?
Yes.
Yes, please.
All right. So
I'll make that motion.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion being made and properly seconded to whatever I just said on the record.
Yeah.
It sounded, I meant what I said, but I don't want to have to repeat it.
We got it.
There you go, thank you. All right, is there any debate on that motion? All right, all in favor, would you like us to,
I
please.
just got one question.
Yes, sir.
Within us trying to find a solution and money the way ahead for the court, because I'm in favor of doing that, because I can see the opportunities going forward with preparing the courts. I also want to make sure that we explore, because Wayne County Public Schools use those courts.
Mm-hmm.
We need to put that into our solution about going to Wayne County Public Schools, because they use it as a home court, and they use that. So I will make sure that we include that into the conversation.
I have reached out to them about this issue, and to Dr. Richard. Yeah, I'm waiting to hear back from him on that.
Yeah, I think he sent an email at our last meeting.
That's all I have.
And I certainly agree with the councilman's sentiment and thoughts. Is there any further debate on that? All right, all in favor, vote by hand, or
I have everybody but you.
really? Well, I'm
Sorry.
in favor. All in favor, please vote electronically if possible, and I will figure out why I'm no longer logged into the meeting. But I vote in favor.
It's Monday.
I promise y'all, I had clicked present and voting.
Miss Felicia, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I just want to re-emphasize how important and how advantageous it would be if we had our own nonprofit established for your department. Mm-hmm. There are people out there that would give if that opportunity arose. So if we could look at that, we've talked about it in the past that we would look at it, but there are givers that are available to give to something like that if we could go ahead and establish a 501c3.
I think our last slide was just questions
Any other questions?
in regards to the presentation in general.
Well, this has been really good. I'm glad that and I'm gonna give you the floor, but I'm glad that we are, again, we're trying to do this 3 or 4 times a year, have every commissioner in front of us to be able to discuss what issues are relevant to the board and allow the board to bring things to council or just simply provide an update depending on what the thing is. But it's good when there's actually some meat and some substance to the conversation. It's obvious that the council has been doing a lot of work over these last couple of years and really trying to double down on a strategy to increase tourism and heads and beds and really leverage parks and recreation, which I view as one of our strongest assets. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Any other? Hearing none, thank y'all so much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, next we will hear from our Historic District Commission. Mr. Livingston, if you have any preface. If not, we'll invite them forward.
Fritz come up here and give his presentation. I think Paul is the staff for that. I think he might be helping out some later.
All right, cool. Evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm Fritz Knack. I am representing nope, that's the wrong button. Oh, it is. Cool. I am representing the City of Goldsboro's Historic District Commission this evening. The City of Goldsboro's Historic District Commission, we meet the first Tuesday of every month at 5:30 p.m. in room 206 at the City Hall Annex, which is the large conference room. Our commission staff liaison is Paul Sailors, who is that Z stands for zoning. He is a certified zoning officer, Planner 1. I had to check into that. The Historic District Commission is a local board that works to identify, protect, and promote the City of Goldsboro's historic and cultural resources. Ours was created in 1983 to create the Historic Preservation Overlay Zoning District, the Historic District, in 1984, and certified by the U.S. Department of the Interior's National Park Service in 1985. So our historic district is both locally and federally certified. The commission is composed of 9 civic members, 7 regular members, and 2 alternates. What does the HDC do? With its efforts to promote the economic, cultural, educational, and general welfare of its residents, the HDC is granted the authority by the NC General Assembly to designate, that is, recommend local historic districts and landmarks for designation, to manage preservation standards, which is to create and maintain preservation standards for the historic district and landmark properties. We conduct quasi-judicial hearings to review proposed exterior changes to designated properties through a process called Certificates of Authorities, COA. And we approve those certificates of appropriateness, not authority. We approve those COAs, which is an official document required for exterior changes, additions, or demolitions on properties located within the local historic district or its designated landmarks. The purpose of I want to make sure I don't get carried away here. I have an extra slide that's not showing up. Our purpose is to safeguard the heritage of the city by preserving any district or landmark that embodies important elements of its cultural history, architectural history, or prehistory. We promote the use and conservation of such district landmarks for the education, pleasure, and enrichment of the residents of the city, county, and state. We encourage historically sensitive rehabilitation and restoration to stimulate business and enhance the environmental quality of our neighborhoods. And we enhance the attractiveness of the city and promote the historic harmony of style, form, color, proportion, texture, and materials within the historic district overlay district. For certificates of appropriateness, both major and minor, as of August 3rd, we had 12 major COAs. 4 were after the effect, which is, while it's an improvement, is still not quite where we want to be. Of those 12, there were 12 approved, there was 1 tabled, there was 1 denied, and there was 1 withdrawn. And then there were 9 minor COAs approved by staff. The slide that's missing is, I mentioned that that 4 after the fact is still not exactly where we want to be. There will be a mailer going out this fall to all property owners in the district as a reminder that it is in the Historic District Preservation Overlay. Some folks are not aware that they live or work in an overlay district and don't get the paperwork filed. Current initiatives. We are working on updating the historic district design standards to fall into compliance with General Statutes 160D, the August 2020 update. We must frame preservation district provisions as standards rather than the guidelines we've been using. In-house by staff and approved by the HDC and City Council in 2026. That is working towards becoming a certified local government. The benefits include that we're eligible for some grants from the State Historic Preservation Office, which can do updated architectural surveys, architectural plans or feasibility studies, National Register nominations, or preservation plan, which is part of the Elevate Goldsboro Comprehensive Plan. We also celebrate the city's cultural diversity and preserve and enhance our historic assets throughout historic districts, cultural activities, local historic marker programs, awards, events, and public outreach. The City of Goldsboro as a certified local government. A CLG, in 1980, Congress amended the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966 to require each state to establish a procedure by which local governments may be certified to participate in the national framework of historic preservation programs. This requirement has become the Certified Local Government Program. There are over 45 such places in North Carolina. Local governments that qualify for certification must have an active and legally adequate historic preservation commission and must meet the federal requirements for certification. A local government must, in order to do this, enforce legislation, designation, and protection of historic properties. It must comprise, the commission must comprise qualified historic preservation members. We have to maintain an inventory of historic properties. Public participation in local historic preservation programs, workshops, lectures, tours, that kind of thing. Participate in the National Register process and annual CLG training for staff and commissioners. So there's a continuing education requirement as well. So we're making real good progress on this. The comprehensive inventory was done back in somewhere around 1983 or so. It needs a little bit of updating, but we have one. The information on the local designated historic district and landmarks, we don't actually have any landmarks yet. We've been talking about Union Station, among other places that might make sense. Ordinance creating the local commission, that was done back when we were founded. We have rules of procedures. What we are still missing at this point is that the design standards used by the commission must be up to date, and by that in particular we mean that the guidelines we're using need to be converted to standards. We have resumes of the commissioners on file, and we have minutes and other descriptions of the commission's past and current activities. The steps of the application process are: within 45 days of receipt of a completed application, the SHPO will respond to the applicant's designated staff with comments on the application. The SHPO response letter will contain a copy of certification agreement specifying the duties to be delegated to the local government. And the SHPO will forward the application to the National Park Service, U.S. Department of Interior, a recommendation for certification and request for NPS concurrence. When the Park Service concurs with the SHPO recommendation, it will notify the SPHO in writing and send a copy of that letter to the certified local government. We will then be considered certified as of the date of that Park Service letter. That's what I got. Are there questions?
Thank you, Fritz. So
Very well.
just from me, just thinking about agendas and calendaring things, as things work their way up through the actual commission, when do you anticipate having something in front of council for council to vote on? Thinking November, December, or somewhere mid-fall?
I would.
Paul, what are you thinking?
Where are we, Paul? November. Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. It's a pile of work, and you know it's. Paul's been working diligently on it for a while. Just because I have the podium right now, I got to say he's awesome. I mean, you got a great planning department anyway, but Paul is just doing a really good job for us. He has since we got him.
Thank you. Council, any comments, questions? Hearing none,
I do.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
do have.
Sure.
So as far as all the historic houses, the ones who are that really need some repair, how long do we allow them to stand, or before we engage on those houses or those dwellings?
The buildings that are falling apart or otherwise having problems really fall more under the enforcement arm, and that's not really where we come in. If somebody comes forward and says, "Hey, golly, I want to do this," then we approve or disapprove or make recommendations or whatever. But the buildings that are not in good shape, that's really just we only act on things that are brought to us, and that would be an enforcement action handled by that part of the planning department.
Mr. Livingston, do you mind touching on that one? It is a relevant question, obviously.
It is, and I think overall, it is a code enforcement, housing inspection issue, those kind of things. There's also that awareness issue too, and when people come in to buy something, are they aware? Are real estate agents aware that this is the historic district preservation and things like that too? So.
As far as the length of time something can remain a dilapidated structure, at what point does it fall into something that would become that would get on a demolition list for the city?
It usually has to be over 50% dilapidated to be even considered condemnable. But it really kind of varies in case to case, because sometimes it might be a portion of the property that can be repaired. Otherwise, it might be something that's a little bit more significant, maybe a foundation issue or a roof issue that's really much more critical to the overall wellness of the structure.
Councilman, did that at all answer your question?
Kind of, sort of, but I will say that we do have some houses that are in our historic district that are in dire need of either repair or to be torn down, and I would just like to know what we're doing to rectify the situation.
That's where you get Paul, and because Paul and I've had some conversations about, some of them are in there, some of them are on the National Registry, which presents a different kind of challenge altogether. Other ones, they're working with the property owners that they're making slight repairs. The city, from a statute perspective, if someone is doing minimal work on a house, it really makes it hard for us to really kind of take any kind of significant enforcement action unless there's a real threat to the public health and safety. But we can work on the ones that are obviously in a really bad shape, and that's what we've been doing. I don't know if, Paul, if that's a pretty accurate assessment of things, but if you want to share anything, feel free.
If you have any questions for me,
If you don't mind, we'll yield the floor to Councilwoman Taylor, and then we'll come back around.
I have a question. So something that you guys were talking about made me think about, I had a constituent who came to me, and she purchased a home in the historic district and did not know it was in the historic district until after she purchased it. So what kind of conversations do you have, or have you had any, at the historic district commission meetings concerning notification of new or potential property owners that their home is in the historic district, so they can take that into account when they're considering purchasing it?
Oh, indeed. That's part of what the mailer we're sending out is intended to address for the people that already exist there. We have had conversations in the past with the Downtown Development Department to make sure they're letting people know, particularly businesses, because that's mostly who they deal with. And as part of the building certification process, this isn't really official, but I am strongly of the opinion that if your contractor doesn't tell you you're in the Historic District Commission and you're going to need permission to do some stuff, you need a better contractor.
And so I'm speaking about, say for example, I'm new to town, and I'm looking at a home that I want to purchase. So I'm assuming that it's the real estate agent's duty to let them know.
Well, and I've never been through realtor training or any of that, but yeah, I would expect any professional working in the area or in that field of expertise to know to ask those questions and to be aware of that kind of stuff.
Right.
I mean, realtors deal with the housing covenants all the time. Why wouldn't they ask that?
But what I'm saying is, have y'all ever had that conversation in your meetings when there's someone who's purchased a home and they were not notified? Like, what does that person do? Like, if they're not from Goldsboro, they purchase a home here, and they're totally blindsided by, they get in there in their home, or they buy a home and their home has been altered away from.
Yeah.
the
Off the top
historic
of my head,
guidelines.
I can't think of any. I'd have to, look through the minutes to find any. But really, ignorance of the law isn't an excuse, and our hands would still be tied. I mean, whether they knew it was coming or not, if they're trying to do something that's in violation of the guidelines or standards, we'd have to stop it.
So as the Historic District Commission, is there a way that you think that perhaps there could be something that goes out to local real estate agencies just reminding them to please notify?
That's a really good idea. I'll get with Paul after this and make sure that local realtors are on the same mailing list. That should be pretty easily
I
done.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I had someone that came in from another state and bought a home, and
Sure.
she's had a mess.
I have one more question.
Yes, sir. Please.
So I know right there at Tasty Freeze, the corner of John and Am, there's a Tasty Freeze, and right across the street it used to be a Ward's Package Store or BJ's Package Store.
Okay.
And they're both in the historic district. How do we treat retail that's in the historic district?
It's just another business. We're concerned really only with the exterior, and as long as they're maintaining the historic guidelines and meeting those requirements, I'm not sure I understand the question.
So somebody who buys Tasty Freeze up there on the corner, can they go in and redo the outside? That's what I'm asking.
Because that's probably more of a staff question. Paul, if you don't mind, we'll put you on the spot.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
You're fine.
They're completely
Paul
logical
will give a
questions.
more accurate answer. I mean, there are different things depending on whether it's new construction or old construction, whether it's a building that contributes to the historicity of downtown or not. So there are a few places that things wiggle.
Yes, sir. All the buildings are treated the same, even local landmarks. The landmark could be a cultural space in the city, but whether it's commercial, retail, residential, all the buildings within the historic district are treated the same.
Okay.
We try to treat them the same.
Try to preserve them as much as possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, these are good conversations. That's the point of this, is for us to be able to ask, because these are things that we're learning as well. The staff are the ones that are the experts, and so I appreciate it. Council, any other questions for Historic District Commission? Fritz, anything else? Mr. Sailors, anything else? Perfect. Well, hearing none, y'all, thank you so much. Again, appreciate the volunteerism. I didn't get to say this to Judith before she left, but y'all are volunteering your time even more than we are, so thank you for being
Glad
here.
to do it.
All right, next we will move to item 4.3, ABC Board presentation. Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor, council members, glad to be back again. Thank you for allowing me to be here. When I got a phone call set up the distribution, I was asked could I make a few comments, and I'm always open to that because we want our story told in Wayne County of what we're doing, because some people think negative of the ABC system. There's a lot of things we try to do to improve things. So with that, again, I thank you. I want to share a few highlights of our system and how it works and the number of ABC outlets operating within the city of Goldsboro. The Wayne County ABC Board has been a long and meaningful history. Local ABC boards were first authorized by the 1937 Turlington Control Act, giving counties the ability to vote on liquor sales. Wayne County did not hold its referendum, though, until April 4th of 1964. On that day, 5,859 residents voted for ABC stores. 5,152 voted against it, so you can see it was close in 1964. Following that vote, Wayne County held its first retail sales on June 15, 1964. This November, the citizens of Wayne County will once again vote on a referendum, this time to determine whether the sale of beer, wine, and mixed beverage will be allowed countywide. I encourage everyone to stay informed and participate in that important decision. Whether you're for or against, be aware of what's going on.
So, if you don't mind, I'm going to interrupt you just for a second. So, right now, there's places all over the county where you can purchase. What does it mean? So, right now, it's you have to be within one of the municipalities, right?
Has to be in one of the municipalities, Fremont, Mount Olive, Goldsboro. Outside of that, or Walnut Creek, outside of that, say all these, I'll use Dollar Generals, for example, that are opening up, they cannot sell alcohol. We get calls every day about, say, out towards Seven Springs, wanting to open a convenience store that sells beer and wine. They can't do it. So we've been dry. Also, we get calls from restaurants that want to come in outside of the city, but they can't because they can't serve mixed beverage. So, and we're one of the last standing, as I would say, around us that is like this. In the Johnson County, Duplin County, Wilson County, Wilson area. Okay? So I just say stay informed and participate in that important decision, everyone. The Wayne County ABC Board serves the citizens of Wayne County by providing a pleasant shopping experience while controlling the sale of spirituous liquor and enforcing the laws and rules of North Carolina. Today, all of our ABC stores are self-service stores. I don't know if any of you remember, but used to you went to a store when it first opened in Wayne County and you walked up to the counter, placed your order, and they brought it to you. All now are self-service, offering a wide variety of brands for customers to choose from. Wayne County currently operates 5 ABC stores and 1 mixed beverage store. Of these, 3 ABC stores and the mixed beverage store are located here in the city limits of Goldsboro. Our newest store just opened in Rosewood, or your newest store, in the Rosewood community on May 4th, 2026. In approximately 60 days, we will open a new distribution complex and office in the business park off Patetown Road, inside the city. The city of Goldsboro also has a significant number of locations holding permits issued by the North Carolina ABC Commission. As of the 29th of July, Goldsboro had 50 mixed beverage locations inside the city limits. They had 51 convenience store locations, 20 retail sales locations, 12 non-mixed beverage restaurants, and 23 additional locations. These would include grocery stores, pharmacies, and venues. And as of tonight's meeting now, several more locations are in the process of applying for permits within the city limits of Goldsboro. Our ABC law enforcement officers work diligently to ensure compliance. They attempt to inspect each permitted location in the city twice per calendar year. They also conduct investigations of illegal outlets inside the city limits, working closely with the Goldsboro Police Department. Since January 2026 this year, they've conducted 5 illegal operations and seized more than 1,600 containers of alcohol. Illegal alcohol is not the only issue at these illegal outlets. They're synonymous for breeding other crimes such as drugs, gambling, prostitution, and even homicides. They are currently investigating other illegal outlets that they have received complaints on at present. The Wayne County ABC Board maintains a zero-tolerance attitude toward the purchase of spirituous liquor by underage persons. This is at our liquor stores and these outlets in the city of Goldsboro. And we strive to provide our employees with the training necessary to keep the spirituous liquor out of the hands of minors. This is a responsibility that we take seriously and is central to our mission. In addition to regulating alcohol sales, we provide a valuable service to the citizens of Wayne County by generating revenue for our local governments. I believe, have you got that chart, pie chart?
Look down,
okay.
I think just a couple slides.
Okay. Let's see. Let me get back on track here. The Wayne County ABC Board is self-sufficient and operates as a separate entity from the Wayne County government. Tonight I want to share what we do for the community. We spent gave $4,779,995 in fiscal year 25-26. As you can see on the chart, $323,349 went to distributions to Raleigh for bailment and surcharge. Our education programs in Wayne County, we gave $25,000 to. The County of Wayne got $225,000. City of Goldsboro, $188,775. City of Mount Olive, $36,255. Wayne County Law Enforcement, $243,351. Wayne County Alcohol Rehab, $42,403. Department of Human and Health, $11,921, and Department of Revenue, $119,211. The remaining revenues that we took in were used to purchase liquor, payrolls, repairs, build a new store, and our day-to-day expenses. So as you can see, a lot of money goes back in to Wayne County. Last year, the previous year, about $700 million went back into the statewide. We're a part of that. These distributions demonstrate how the ABC system supports initial services, law enforcement, education, and local municipalities, such as City of Goldsboro. The Wayne County ABC Board is comprised of 5 board members appointed by the Wayne County Board of Commissioners. Members serve 3 3-year terms and may serve up to 3 terms. The board employs a full-time general manager, which is myself, to oversee the day-to-day operations. Our board meets the 3rd Wednesday of each month at 12 noon. So if anybody, we're open to the public that wants to come. We invite all of you and the citizens of Goldsboro to follow us on our website, which is wayneabc.com, or on our Facebook page. We work hard to keep both platforms updated and informative. At this time, I'd like for the mayor to come forward and make a presentation of a distribution check in the amount of $86,211 to the City of Goldsboro.
We'll do this and then we'll come back up here for any additional questions.
Again, we want to thank you, Mayor, council members, and the citizens of Goldsboro for your continued support of the Wayne County ABC Board. Our doors are always open to you, and we welcome any questions or conversations you may have at any time. I thank you for your time.
I do have the same question I ask you every single time. If anyone suspects an illegal operation in their neighborhood or something that they're suspicious of, how do they report it?
They can call the police department and report it, number one. They can call our office, and we'll turn them over to our ABC enforcement, and then they will take the information and work the case. Usually if it's in the city, and I think the chief can back this up, we work with your guys. In fact, I've got a sheet here I won't get into, but there's 5 locations his group has called our people on, and they've worked together in a joint effort here on those outlets. So they can call our office, or they can call the City of Goldsboro, and they usually contact us, or we work together.
Perfect.
And more than happy to.
Council, any other comments or questions regarding the ABC Board? All right.
And when we open our complex, I'd like for you all to come, just like you did at the store, and visit, see what's going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right. Next, we'll move to item 4.4. If I can tap back. Saturday, we had an absolutely wonderful event over at the Maxwell Center. We owe some people debts of gratitude, both those who were recognized as well as those who helped organize. And this proclamation is intended to do that. Goldsboro Wayne Purple Heart Proclamation. Whereas the original Purple Heart, known as the Badge of Military Merit, is the oldest military decoration in the world in present use. And whereas the Purple Heart was established by General George Washington on August 7th, 1782, during the Revolutionary War, as the first award made available to the common soldier to recognize outstanding valor or merit. And whereas following nearly 150 years of disuse, the Purple Heart was reestablished by the President of the United States on February 22nd, 1932. And whereas the Purple Heart is awarded to military and civilian members of the U.S. Armed Forces who are wounded by an instrument of war in the hands of the enemy, and posthumously to the next of kin in the name of those who were killed in action or die of wounds received in action. And whereas the citizens of Goldsboro and Wayne County have great admiration and the utmost gratitude for all the men and women who have served their country in the armed forces, and whereas veterans have paid the high price for freedom by leaving their families and communities and placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas many citizens of our city, county, and state have earned the Purple Heart as a result of being wounded while engaged in combat with enemy forces, construed as a singularly meritorious act of essential service. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council and the Wayne County Board of Commissioners do hereby honor the service and sacrifice of our nation's men and women in uniform, wounded or killed by the enemy while serving to protect the freedoms enjoyed by all Americans. Now therefore be it further proclaimed that jointly the Goldsboro City Council and the Wayne County Board of Commissioners commend the Board of Directors of the Goldsboro Wayne Purple Heart Foundation for honoring Purple Heart recipients at its annual banquet on August 1st, 2026 as a special tribute to those service members who have received the Purple Heart and the families of Purple Heart recipients who are deceased. Witness our hand in the seals of the City of Goldsboro and the County of Wayne, Goldsboro, North Carolina, this the 4th day of August, 2026. And this was executed by Chairman Daltrey and by myself on behalf of the City of Goldsboro.
Anybody?
Next, we'll move to item 4.5, one that is very close to our city manager, a U.S. Coast Guard birthday proclamation. Whereas the United States Coast Guard has a long and proud history of service to our nation, including in North Carolina, from base Elizabeth City and other points along our coast. And whereas the U.S. Coast Guard is dedicated to saving lives at sea and enforcing the nation's maritime laws. And whereas the U.S. Coast Guard is one of the oldest organizations of the federal government, and until the Navy Department was established in 1798, it served as the nation's only armed force afloat. And whereas the U.S. Coast Guard was established on August 4, 1790, when Congress authorized the formation of 10 vessels to enforce federal tariff and trade laws to prevent smuggling, until the establishment of the U.S. Navy in 1798, the Coast Guard also maintained maritime navigational aids, including the nation's lighthouses, and inspected and licensed ships. And whereas initially known as the Revenue Maritime and Marine Cutter Service, the name was changed in 1915 to the U.S. Coast Guard. And whereas the Coast Guard's 40,500 members ensure our nation's maritime safety and have proudly served in every one of our nation's conflicts. And whereas since 2003, the Coast Guard has operated as part of the Department of Homeland Security, serving as the nation's frontline agency for enforcing the nation's laws at sea, saving lives, protecting the marine environment, and guarding the nation's vast coastlines and ports. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim August 4th, 2026 as the United States Coast Guard birthday in North Carolina and commend its observance to all citizens. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and affix the seal of the City of Goldsboro, North Carolina, this is the 3rd day of August, 2026. All right. All recognitions and presentations having been concluded, we will move to section 5. We'll move to item 5.1. This is a conditional zoning public hearing. Mr. Livingston, I'll yield to you and any member of the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first conditional zoning
Planning Department, excuse me.
Yeah.
Planning Commission's free leave.
Our first public hearing for conditional zoning request 0226, Gitto Enterprises. I'll have Mr. Talton, our planning manager, come up and give the brief.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Hope everybody's well. As Manager Livingston said, our first item of business will be for a conditional rezoning. ZZ-02-26 Gitto Enterprises. This piece of property is located on the west side of Crawford Street between Elm Street and Olivia Lane. Here is a portion of the property. Let me give you a little bit of background. This piece of property is located off of Crawford Street. Crawford Street, a portion of it runs parallel to South Slocum Street and is directly behind Matthew's funeral home there off of Slocum Street. As you'll see here, these are the property. Let's see. That's all right. I can't get our little green Mobley to work, but that's okay. Here's the property that you see. It is one parcel that is being proposed to be divided into 3 separate residential units. Here's a little bit closer detail showing the footprint of the single-family dwellings upon the property along Crawford Street. And now we'll go ahead and get into some of the particulars of this request. So we're looking at approximately 0.51 acres of property, 0.17 acre per lot. The owner is Triton Homes, LLC. The applicant is Jitto Enterprises, Inc., care of Mr. Peter Jitto. And Mr. Pete is here with us tonight, along with his contractor, Mr. Mark Best with Triton Homes. The current zoning right now is RM9. RM9 zoning district is established for the location of single-wide or double-wide manufactured homes on private lots. The proposed zoning is for a residential 6 conditional zoning district. Again, the proposed use is for single family. The request is a change of zone from residential RM9 zoning district to the residential 6 conditional zoning district to construct 3 single family homes upon 3 private lots. Again, here is the property. This is our zoning map. You'll see there's property to the north that's office and institutional, occupied by an existing church. Just to the southwest quadrant of that picture there is Matthew's funeral home, and across the street going eastward across from Crawford are single family dwellings in the R6 zoning district. Here's our our comprehensive land use plan, and it does show that high density residential is the prevailing land use designation in the area. You'll see it west of Slocum Street and also eastward across from Crawford Street. The R6 zoning district is a corresponding zoning district in the residential or the high density residential land use designation. As I've just stated, this property is identified as a high density residential land use category, and the residential 6 is a corresponding zoning district within that land use designation. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the land use and density recommendations of our UDO. All stated deviations from this proposed rezoning request will be considered a deviation, and any deviations not declared shall meet or exceed the minimum standards of our UDO. The specific information with regards to the site are that the property is currently vacant. Access to the lots will be directly from Crawford Street. City water and sewer utilities are available. All utilities will be required to be installed underground. The applicant has submitted building elevations, and floor plans have been also submitted by the applicant. Here is a building elevation showing the front and the sides and the rear of the property. We'll get in a little more detail in the conditions of the report as we go through the rest of this presentation. Here's the floor plan. So, if the conditional rezoning is approved, the applicant will be required to subdivide the existing lot into 3 individual lots in accordance with our city's subdivision ordinance and the conditions of the R6 zoning district. If approved, the applicant will be required to apply for residential building permits in accordance with the North Carolina State Building Code before any permits are issued. The following are agreed upon deviations from our minimum development standards of the UDO. If the rezoning is approved, these deviations will become conditions of the R6 zoning district. As you'll see, the minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet in the R6 zoning district. The applicant is actually looking at developing each lot to a maximum of 7,500 square feet. The minimum lot width, instead of 60, we could not squeeze much 60 feet but we could get 57.09 feet for each R6 lot, which you will find a lot in a lot of the primary residential areas in this area of Goldsboro. The minimum front setback is from 25 to 26 feet. The minimum side setback is 8 feet. The minimum rear is 25, and the maximum building story height is 8 feet. I'm sorry, 2 stories. Let's see, conditions of the proposed conditional zoning district. Again, we're limiting the property just to single-family detached dwellings for each lot. The applicant has agreed to install a 6-foot in-height wood privacy fence along the rear of the property and shall extend from the southern property line to the northern property line of each lot. 1 street tree shall be installed in the front yard of each lot, and foundation planting shrubs shall be installed around the front and side elevations of each home. Please keep in mind that the fence is not a requirement, nor are the plantings of trees or any landscaping around the home. These are all conditions that the applicant has agreed to. Architectural standards of the proposed R6 conditional zoning district are that each dwelling shall be 1,698.48 square feet in area. They shall consist of a front porch, covered porch. Each dwelling shall consist of a wooden rear deck. Each dwelling shall consist of fiberglass shingles upon the roof. Each dwelling shall consist of an attached garage with raised panel garage doors. Each single-family dwelling shall consist of a 3-bedroom, 2-bath configuration. And each dwelling shall consist of a kitchen, dining room, family room, storage, and utility areas. The staff's evaluation and recommendation are as follows. It is of the opinion of planning staff that this conditional rezoning request is consistent with the recommendations of the comp plan and the land use map with regards to the high-density residential land use designation. Planning staff's opinion is also that this proposal can provide for the public safety and meet transportation and utility demands for the subject property while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing developments. Planning staff is also of the opinion that the proposed R6 conditional zoning district will not impair or injure the health, welfare, and safety of the public. Importantly, the planning staff's opinion is that this zoning district will address Goldsboro's housing shortage, offering increased housing options and affordability while providing economic, social, and environmental benefits that will enhance residents and their quality of life. With regards to the comprehensive land use plan, this will help to promote infill development within this residential area of Goldsboro, which is very much needed. Therefore, the planning staff is recommending approval of this R6 conditional zoning district with all agreed upon conditions. If you will, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you for the council to review, conduct the public hearing, and review our consistency statements as well, and then take action from that point forward.
If you don't mind just hanging out just for a
Yes,
second,
sir.
let's ask council if there's any questions for you, and then as has been our past practice, we'll invite the applicant up if they so choose to come and answer, fill in any blanks for us or as well as the public. Then we can actually have the public hearing. Everyone knows what we're talking about. So,
Yes, sir.
Council, any questions for staff at this point?
I
Yes,
do.
sir.
I just have one quick one. Hey, Kenny, could you go back to the picture that has, I think it has Matthew Funeral Home in the distance? Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
is that actually right there? That's
Yes,
what I
sir.
thought.
Yes, sir.
And is that within that fence that Matthews has up? Matthews has a fence up.
That's right. There
For a
is a
large-
fence,
Right.
and I think Mr. Jitto can probably comment a little bit more. I do know that there were some encroachments upon the property that, once the property is sold, that they will have any issues where there are any fence encroachments or any other building encroachments upon the property are resolved before the property's sold.
And last question though, do you know the pricing point? You probably not. I will ask them when they come up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right.
All right, so with that, let's have the applicant come forward if they would like to, and then they can fill in any pieces that they would like to add to the brief, and then hear any questions from council. Then we'll begin with public hearing.
Yes, sir.
If you would, just come up, state your name for the record. Ms. Getz, we don't have to do any, right, perfect. If you would just state your name for the record, and then if there are any missing pieces in the Swiss cheese, feel free to fill them in.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Peter Jitto of Jitto Enterprises, and so we purchased this property, and so we are looking to build 3 single-family houses. I built 2 duplexes over on South Leslie Street, and then I built these exact house over at 604 West Mulberry Street. I own, I think, 9 or 12 other lots like this in Goldsboro that I'll be doing infill development on. So typically one of your questions was, what is the price point? So this house I listed at $249, and I think I dropped like $219. I wasn't able to get a buyer, so I turned it into a single family rental that I own, which is typically what I do. So I build it. I buy infill lots in areas that are probably not where other people are buying lots. Then I go ahead and turn them into rentals. They're nice, they're new. Your building department and I get along great, and then I build them, turn them into rentals, and hopefully sell them. Or if I don't sell them, then I just keep them, and then just keep wash and rinse and repeat the process. As far as the fence, if you look at the survey, so as I'm sure you're aware, that funeral home, it owned the whole entire parcel. So we bought it and we worked with the planning department to subdivide off this, what appears to be 3 right now, but it is only 1 right now, parcel, and the fence is on their property at the top of it. If you see where it says 6 Broad, so their fence is on their property. So the funeral home is who sold, family member, somebody. Obviously they have a nice little home there, and they use that lot that's behind us as a parking lot. So they wanted to keep that. So we worked with them, subdivided that off, and then we'll put a new fence. I find fences make a huge difference in neighborhood safety and just make a big difference. So we'll put a new fence along the back and then come down the sides with the fence. So we'll list it, and if it doesn't sell by the time I'm done building it, then I'll turn it into a rental. It's what I did at South Leslie. It's what I did at 604 West Mulberry, and we're building a duplex over on Miller right now as well.
But what's the rental price?
I got $1,600 at Mulberry Street for a 3-bed, 2-bath house. I have on South Leslie, so that's the exact same as this. South Leslie, those 2 townhomes that are there, duplex townhomes, I've gotten like $1,495 to $1,600. Just depends on when Seymour's changing out. To do well. I had some pretty bad incidents of crime over there from one group of family. The Goldsboro Police Department was pretty good to work with. So I would love to see a little more effort from there. But so we then had to have everyone move out, and so they're all re-rented again. But the Goldsboro Planning and Building Department have been amazing.
Council, any other questions at this stage?
I'll make a comment.
Yeah, please, go.
And just since this is legislative, and be able to make a comment freely, and just like to say that this is very encouraging. Sitting on a planning commission decades ago for a long time, this was a regular thing to see infill and repurpose and redevelopment. And when the housing bubble happened around 08, 09, it sort of screeched that to a halt. And it's encouraging to see someone doing that again, because I like to see reuse and infill and make use of property like this. And this is an ideal example of that. It's very encouraging to see some more of that starting to happen again after a few years of idle.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I do in Rocky Mount, Kinston. I started off in Kenley. I find the most challenging part is the UDO, because the UDOs are built and very rigid. And so working with the planning department, it's been over a year process. We've been working at this. They've been excellent to like, hey, we're at 60 feet. Can we get to 57? Because if you don't make the numbers work, I can't build. And so, I mean, I have to pay you for water sewer taps, which you're going to get forever. I've got to pay you for, and so my goal is to make money and for you all to get 3 new homes inside the city.
Yeah. And that's really why I did make the comment that I did, because back in the day, where the planning commission and the staff was more than willing to work and massage things a little bit if you're 3 foot short on a setback or something in order to make it happen, because we do recognize that infill, sometimes when you're repurposing an existing property, you have to work with what you got to work with. So.
There's only so many feet across, and right. So I've been short a half inch before and had to talk to somebody about a half inch. And just like so, but they were excellent, absolutely.
Then let's open the floor for the public hearing, and then any remaining questions that come up, we will hear. So with that, we will open the public hearing. Item 5.1 on our agenda, CZ0226. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak, please approach the clerk. Second call, anyone wishing to come forward and speak on CZ0226. It is item 5.1 on our agenda. Yes, sir, please. And just come approach the clerk. Actually, you don't really have to this time. Just come up and then state your name for the record.
My name is Pastor Gregory Jones. I pastor the church. The property that he's talking about, that fence, on the other side of that fence is my church. And I'm a little concerned. I've been trying to visualize it, and I'm not sure what I'm hearing, but also I'm concerned about the possibility of, I know the intent is good in terms of building apartments and so forth, but what about this may reflect some safety for us, or just would it create problems? And I hope the best for you, but I saw this, I received this letter in the mail from someone and about this, but my church is actually there. We've been there 28 years, right there beside the place is talking about. That fence is our property is on the other side of the fence, and so I'm just here to listen, to try to get a sense of what's going to be going on or what is going on as it relates to that.
Which piece would you like to pull back up?
Where he's saying his property is at.
Okay, if you don't mind, would you put if you can.
IT to do it.
If IT's hearing me, would you please pause time and then just put back up to answer Councilwoman's question, put back up the aerial that shows the adjacent properties, just so we can all be the one right before that, I believe. Put up one of the zoning maps just so that you can see the adjacent properties. Keep going. There, sir. If you would please, yours is that one right there. All right, perfect.
Now, where's Slocum?
Slocum would be the vertical street on the left, right there.
Okay. Yes, and where is the front of home? So apparently, then that at the top would be our property, I presume.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page of exactly which piece of property we're talking about.
I mean, I'm not pro nor con. I'm just trying to understand what's going on, or what will be going on as it relates to that. We, typically, when you do something like that, I feel a little bit better. Probably the cost factor of the homes that he's building is not what one would label as cheap, which would probably produce unfavorable people around the church. So, but I just wanted to kind of get a sense myself as the pastor there to understand we have not had any great issues. We got a few guns been shot in the side and these kind of things, but we lived through those things. But when I got this letter, I just wanted to come and see what is going on and what may the end results be. And so from this perspective, I want to make sure that we're not going to inherit problems.
Thank you,
My
sir.
congregation's ability, we have services and stuff at night, and certainly want to be comfortable coming in and out and so forth.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to come forward and speak on CZ 0226? Okay, we'll close the public hearing for item 5.1 on our agenda and go back to council deliberations. Now, Ron, just if you, or Mr. Lawrence, if you would, the vote on this is a single up or down once we get to that point, right? Be that this evening or otherwise. Would just be a simple up or down. So council, what I believe I saw was the front view of what the elevations would be. 3 single-family residential units with the intent to be market rate. What questions do we have? I want to make sure I get everyone's questions answered to the best of our ability. I need to know if I pull back staff or the applicant. Hearing no questions, how would council like to proceed? Is there a motion up or down, or is there a motion to table, or are there additional questions?
I would like to motion to table until all the council members are back.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. A motion on the table. Our motion before us is to table this until all members are able to be present. That is certainly an option. I'm going to speak against that motion myself, only because I'm really excited to see infill market rate development, and I don't want to lose the opportunity for that. And I'm not suggesting we would lose it. I'm encouraged by market rate single family infill development. That's an exciting thing, and I know that everyone around was notified in writing. I believe everyone on council was aware. That's purely just my opinion. I obviously don't want to eliminate anyone's ability to be heard, but this is something I also don't want to take away after we've been wanting so vocally and publicly to see infill development. I don't now want to pause it or say no to it. A motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any other debate? Again, this would be, let me get back to the right screen. All right, so the motion before us is the motion to table. That would not necessarily be a motion on the actual merit of the thing in front of us, but motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, we'll call a vote electronically if possible.
This is a vote to
This
table it.
just be purely the vote to table. Okay. Motion to table has failed. The matter in front of us is still CZ 0226. Is there a motion for or against the application on its merits? Or are there additional questions?
Mayor, I make a motion that the use will not.
And we don't have
We can't go there.
But you
Okay.
can. We don't have to
Yeah.
do the 4-part.
Yeah, okay.
That one's for the next one. It's
an
purely
ord-
just
an
a up or down.
ordinance.
Yep.
It's an ordinance, so adopting an ordinance.
The ordinance is included in the packet. It is purely the adoption or the rejection of the ordinance as presented.
I make a motion that we adopt the ordinance as presented.
Second. Motion has been made and properly seconded to adopt the ordinance as presented. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we will call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible. All votes having been tallied, motion passes on a vote of 4-1. CZ 0226 is approved. If we could move to item 5.2, Mr. Livingston, if you would please deliver any brief and then pull forward a member of planning if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next public hearing is special use requiring quasi-judicial hearing. Special use 0626 for a crematorium on 1409 West Grantham Street.
Would this one be in quasi-judicial? You would be sworn in.
Thank you, Mayor. All righty. So we're switching gears, going from a legislative hearing to a quasi-judicial hearing. I know everybody's pretty much well acquainted with the protocol and procedures that are involved with the quasi-judicial hearing process. We will be hearing, as Manager Livingston said, SU 6-26, a special use permit proposal for a crematorium to be located at 1409 West Grantham Street. This is on the north side of 70 Highway between Clare Ridge Nursery Road and Neville Street. The property at this time is owned by Mr. Mark Ritchie and Matt Vanderwalker. Their company name is 1409 West Grantham Street, LLC. The applicant is Miss Letitia Walker. Is Miss Letitia Washington, I'm sorry, is she here tonight? Yes. Thank you. Good to see you. Miss Washington is present. The current zoning for the property is General Industry Zoning District. The existing land use was formerly used for storage. The land use designation is industrial. The subject property is a vacant commercial building of approximately 6,000 square feet. The building was previously used for storage in conjunction with Quick's Car Wash, located directly west and adjacent to the property. In obtaining a special use permit, there are some criteria that must be met in order for the board to make the motion to approve if they chose to do so. And one is that the crematory shall not emit any undue smoke, dust, heat, or odor, and that any loading and unloading areas shall be screened from adjacent properties and the public right-of-way. Additionally, planning staff have been informed that there is compliance through general statutes of the state of North Carolina that also must be followed. And this is in accordance with Article 13, F as in Frank, cremations and alkaline hydrolysis. Again, any crematorium operator shall be licensed and operate in accordance with North Carolina General Statute. So here is the property. As you see, here is the storage building, or was the storage building still in existence. The flag-shaped property. Here is the existing car wash that at this point in time has actually been refurbished and renovated to come back actively online as a hand wash car wash. So anyway, it's good to see the property owners making use of these properties. Let's see, this is our zoning map. The one thing I wanted to point out is that the property there where the storage building is, that is actually industrial and not general business. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. It's I-2 zoning district. The next slide will show our comprehensive land use map, which shows the property to be within the industrial land use designation. So access to the site, if this is approved, will be from West Grantham Street Service Road along US 70 West. The subject property is located in a special flood hazard area. As such, the proposal shall comply with any city floodplain regulation ordinance. There is existing city water and sewer utilities to the site. If the special use permit is approved by Goldsboro City Council, the site plan will be reviewed by the city's technical review committee for compliance with all development standards of our UDO. In addition, a commercial building permit and final inspection will be required for the upfit of the proposed crematorium to ensure that all building and fire codes have been satisfied. At this time, the applicant is given approximate hours of operation Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. and the number of employees per shift would be 4. At this time, staff's evaluation and recommendation is that the proposal is for a crematorium. The use would not pose any immediate threat to public health or safety. There was no evidence presented with the application that indicates that the use will injure the beneficial use of adjoining or adjacent property owners. The proposed use for a crematorium in this zoning district would be in harmony with the general industry zoning district. The land use plan shows the property as being in the industrial land use designation. We believe that the proposed use will not serve as a detriment to this designation, and that the use supports goals identified in the City of Goldsboro comp plan and land use map. At this time, planning staff have no objections with the applicant's proposal. We've done a little bit of research. We're just going to provide you verbally tonight that of the crematoriums that we know that are in existence, we have one on Wayne Memorial Drive. We have one on US 117 South across from the fairgrounds. We also have one that is located in the Carly C shopping center. And to my knowledge, all the other funeral homes who provide these type services would actually contract with someone who actually provides crematorium services on site. So at this time, that's all that I know. This would actually be number 4. I cannot be exact with that, but based off of some research.
Mr. Taunton, is there
Yes,
not
ma'am.
one that's located within just a few yards? If you go back to that,
Yes, ma'am.
is it
Thank
there
you so
one?
much. You're
There's
exactly
another
right.
crematorium that
That's
is right
exactly right.
beside of where.
So Arnold's, Wilbert's
Correct.
casket, I believe, and crematorium. You're exactly right. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. We saw that as well, and that is located right here. At first, when you went by, it did not show that, but after going through the internet this afternoon, again, thank you. It was said that they do provide those services there as well.
Question for you, out of ignorance, I don't
Yes,
know.
ma'am.
Is there any kind of ordinance or anything with the North Carolina general statutes that talks about how close a crematorium can be with another crematorium, or is there
To my
anything
knowledge,
stated in that?
I'm sorry for the interruption. I've read through Article 13F, and I don't see any at this time. Again, this statute is actually enforced by the North Carolina Board of Funeral Service. But at this point in time, based off my research, I have not seen any distance requirements.
It does say in there, though, that you can regulate separation requirements like other types of uses.
That is correct. If the board chose to do so, and again, we are considering a new UDO rewrite, that if any of these ordinances were to be modified, that this council could also do so in the near future.
Council, any other questions for Mr. Talton? If not, we'll follow our tradition and invite the applicant up if she has anything that she'd like to add, or if there's any specific questions. Then after that, we would open our public hearing. Ms. Washington, if you would like to come up, you're welcome, sir. You could just approach the clerk.
Sorry.
Is there anything from the brief that you'd like to add or correct?
I was told when I called Wilbert's that they do not provide cremation services. They only sell the equipment for it. But I might be mistaken, but that's what they told me when I called. That's really pretty much it. But I was leaning toward aquamation services. It's like a big vault, like look like a submarine, and it's mixed with alkaline. I was just recently doing my research on that. I do apologize. It's potassium hydroxide and water mixed, and it kind of evaporates and. I'm sorry. I'm kind of nervous.
You're fine. You're fine.
It's filled with water and small amount of potassium hydroxide using heat pressure and a gentle agitation. Then the body is gently broken down, then placed in a bone dryer. So it's come a long way from like smoke, you know. So that's what I'm leaning toward, and it's environmentally safe. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
That is a different niche on
It
the
is.
service.
It come a long
Understood.
way. Yes, sir.
Council, any comments or questions for the applicant at this time? Yes, sir, please.
I don't think it's for the applicant. It's
Okay.
just a general statement. Could we really find out if Wilbert does cremation or not?
I think that it would be important to know if if there is concern about proximity.
Yes.
Would it be okay with council, since we are debating material facts here, to do the public hearing? That way you're not having to give more of your time. Let's do the public hearing. Y'all be searching and see if you can find an answer. If not, then we may entertain a table to motion, given that there are material fact questions, right? So, are there any other additional questions for our applicant? Hearing none, have a seat. Don't go too far.
Thank you.
And we will open the public hearing. There you go. And is there anything else that y'all know to add?
Well, the question is, it's in a floodplain, and I'm novice at this, so I have no earthly idea what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to ask the question. And we're dealing with bodies. Would they ever be bodies stored there, waiting to be cremated or anything like that? And some type of happenstance that it floods. I'm just asking, because it's in a flood zone.
Yeah. I think those are reasonable questions.
I'm just going to remind everybody that the evidence presented is what's to be considered as a quasi-judicial hearing.
But we can ask the applicant back up to ask specific questions, i.e. what the councilman just said. And then once we get to the public hearing, we'll be able to have other folks to be able to come in and offer other pieces. Ma'am, do you mind answering the councilman's question about the storage and just kind of storm preparation sorts of things?
The building does sit up. I spoke with the owner. It does sit up at a pretty good height, and it's like a garage with used to be like a dock, and it sits up pretty high. So that was one of the things I made sure before I, had interest in the building. Yeah.
But will
there will be bodies refrigerated.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. And then, sir. Sir.
I was going to ask if it would be appropriate. The last time that I was in the Wilbert facility, it was a crematory. And if you would like to excuse me for a minute, I'd be glad to go contact the owner and ask him if they do that. But that's entirely up to you procedure-wise.
Yes, ma'am. Good.
I'll put up their website.
Right. On their website, it says they provide those services. But I just, my hesitation on admitting that is they could be contracting it out to someone else. Okay. And so I don't want to overly rely when this is a quasi-judicial. I do want to try to protect the validity so we don't have to do this whole thing all over again. So with that, if there's no other additional questions right now from the applicant, then what I'd like to do is hold the public hearing. And then any other questions that surface, if we're not able to resolve them, then we'll look at tabling to see how we can get answers to those questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, so with that, let's have the public hearing for item 5.2, special use permit 0626. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak, please approach the clerk. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I am one of the owners. I'm Matt Vanderwalker. Just to clarify about the building itself, it does actually sit up high enough to where it does not flood, and we've received insurance that allows the building to be out of a floodplain because of how high it is. So I just want to make sure that that was clear so that we knew where it was.
Thank you. All right. Second call. Is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak on item 5.2 on our agenda, SU 0626? All right. Third and final call. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak on item 5.2 on our agenda, special use permit 0626? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing and return to council deliberations. Council, the questions that I have heard, one of them was about the past flood and past flood history of the location, as well as where it sits. That question we do have an answer in the record. The question about I believe there's still a material question about what services, if the adjacent property itself is operating as a crematory or if it merely offers those services. I think we need to get a final answer on that so we can be factual in our record. Were there other questions that council had? Was there the ecology of if there was a potential spill? That may have been one that I was as you were talking about it, but I don't know that I can get into the science on that one, so we're going to leave that one alone.
So, Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I was conversing with one of the employees there while I was asking the question, and they said, yes, we have a crematory. Our guidelines allow us to only service licensed funeral homes.
Okay.
That is from a direct staff member there.
Okay. How do we handle the admissibility of that, Mr. Lawrence?
Technically, it's not supposed to be.
Right. Because we don't have anyone. Yeah, 'cause we don't. Yeah, no one's here, formally able to do it. All right, Council. I think the only way to do this, given that this one is quasi judicial.
Juries and acknowledged to ignore that.
Yeah.
The judge
Given.
would say impermissibly admitted evidence.
Well, this is the only way that in my opinion, the only way we can reasonably proceed with this being a special use of quasi-judicial is to ask for a motion to table this one. At that point, then staff.
I would advise the motion to continue the public hearing, and I would say that you didn't really close it.
Okay. That's right.
And so that would be what I would ask that somebody would do if that's your preference, to
Sure.
have this to a new date.
Okay.
And put on a date certain.
Okay.
He can reopen it.
Okay. Well, then we'll phrase it as continue the public hearing.
If you want to reopen it first, then you want to do that.
Okay. Well, then procedurally, I'm seeing head nods.
A motion to reopen the public hearing.
Okay. Yes, sir.
For whatever it's worth, that wouldn't be a deciding factor for me in reaching my 4 conclusions, just for the record, if putting that out there for the rest of my council mates.
I would need, at this point, what I need from council is either a direction to reopen the public hearing and then a motion to table, or a motion, this is the 4-part test, and so we have the 4 motions that go as part of the special use permits. We need to proceed with motion number 1, or there would need to be additional questions. But at this point, the paths forward are additional questions or motions for the special use permits, the 4-part test, or a motion to reopen the public hearing followed by a motion to table.
I want to ask Mr. Touton one more time.
Mr. Touton, if you would,
Mr.
please.
Touton, just for clarity, I just want to confirm, because I'm in agreement with you, Councilman Boyette. There is nowhere stated in the North Carolina general statutes that we have to have any distance between the crematoriums. That would be if we all wanted to come up with some type of ordinance, we could put that in place at a later time, but there's nothing in the statutes that you read or that Ms. Washington is aware of.
That is correct.
All right, council. I need a motion in one way or another.
If it's my choice to proceed forward with the 4 criteria, can I just start off with motion number 1?
You can.
Okay. All right, I'd make a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety.
I second that.
All right, motion been made and properly seconded that the motion would not materially endanger the public health or safety. We will vote electronically if possible. And a motion to say yes would be that you were in agreement that it would not. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please vote electronically. All right, all votes having been counted, motion passes unanimously. If we were to proceed in this direction, then we would move to motion number 2, which is the use would or would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property.
I'd make a motion that the use will not injure the beneficial use or of the adjoining property.
All right. Motion's been made that the use would not substantially injure. Is there a second?
I'll make a second.
All right. Motion's been made and properly seconded that the use would not substantially injure. Is there any debate on that motion? Hearing none, we'll call a vote. We'll vote electronically if possible. All votes having been tallied, motion passes unanimously. Continuing in this line, the third motion would be that the use would or would not be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located.
I make a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located.
All right, a motion has been made that the use will be in harmony with. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded that the use will be in harmony with. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible. All votes having been cast, motion passes unanimously. And then finally, motion number 4 would be that the use would or would not be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan.
Make a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded that the use would be. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible.
Okay.
Yep, Councilman White. All right, all votes having been tallied, all 4 motions passing unanimously. Special use 0626 is awarded. There you go. All right, Mr. Livingston, let's walk us through 5.3, an ordinance change.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a UDO Amendment 426, amending the supplemental use regulations for bars, nightclubs, pool halls, microbreweries under Article 9, Section 9.2. And we'll have Mark here to explain that in further detail.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Manager, and Ron. How are y'all doing this evening? Yes, so this is UDO-4-26. City of Goldsboro is the applicant in this case, and Planning Services has been tasked with developing an ordinance amending the City of Goldsboro. Article 9, Section 9.2 definitions. We have been tasked with creating some minor adjustments to the place of entertainment, particularly as it pertains to the Central Business District. Staff, along with several other members of city staff, have came up with a small list of things that they would like to see, and I think planning staff has done captured most of that in this ordinance. There's just a couple of minor things with the change, but let me just start with the Unified Development Ordinance allows for bars, nightclubs, pool halls, and microbreweries in accordance with Section 5.5 Supplemental Use Regulations and Section 5.2 Table of Permitted Uses. And within your UDO, you'll see the existing table here where it says bars, nightclubs, pool halls, microbreweries, place of entertainment with an ABC permit, and also includes bowling alleys and miniature golf under that particular use there. In this case, it is a permitted by special use permit within the Central Business District, a general business, shopping center, and highway business zoning districts. In accordance with the supplemental standards that can be found in Section 5.5.4. So this is a map showing the central business district. This is the boundary of the map. Outside of that would be all other zoning districts, to include those specifically listed here, which includes, in this case, would be general business, shopping center, and highway business. So, yeah, but this particular shows the boundary of the central business district, and then within that is identified by text, and it is an overlay district essentially that's identified within the supplemental standards for a place of entertainment as well as other areas. But essentially, it is a zoning district in and of itself, or an overlay district with particularly reduced parking standards. So, and then within that, of course, you got the social district. And that's just there for it's not really a zoning thing, but it's just there for context. So, staff has noticed some significant challenges with when attempting to permit place of entertainment within the central business district. Particularly with the separation requirements of Section 5.5 of the UDO, I believe that unduly limits the number of properties that can qualify for a permit. Current code, of course, favors the first two on the block, and then basically denies all others. Current standard allows for a maximum of 2 places of entertainment per city block within the CBD. The standard also limits the number of properties that could possibly qualify for a place of entertainment, particularly as a bar or a nightclub. Current language used in the UDO does provide some ambiguous language when it talks about how we calculate the proximity type regulations that currently exists in there, and it uses language like no consideration for the road. Prior to me arriving here, Kenny had made one interpretation that it, I believe that it, you take that the right-of-way distance is subtracted from the straight line distance, and then when I got here, I'm thinking, no, it seemed like it would be the opposite, where you wouldn't automatically take the right-of-way calculation and apply it against the project, but would actually give it credit. It would count towards that distance. So 50-foot requirement. If a right-of-way is 50 foot wide, then technically it would meet that requirement. So that's what I'm saying. But in either case, the language doesn't mean either. It doesn't mean that, or it means nothing. Actually, it has absolutely no meaning. No consideration for roads are to be considered when making that measurement. So it's not helpful at all. It doesn't tell us whether it's added or subtracted or not. So we're recommending that that language just be deleted, since it serves no practical purpose. Also, the current UDO doesn't have a proper definition for a place of entertainment, so we've created one. So, and we've taken that language straight out of we're mirroring the language that I found in the definition of place of entertainment found in the social district ordinances. So we're just kind of borrowed it from there, just to remain consistent. So this amendment will also remove properties across the public right-of-way from separation requirements. So we're just basically, since we're already not looking at uses across the street when we talk about place of entertainment, which like currently it's 2 per block face with no consideration for the number across the street. We thought it might be best just to go ahead and remove those separation requirements. After all, the separation requirements are usually when you are concerned that a particular use will create a de facto district, right? So you create the separation requirements to keep that from naturally occurring. But in this case, it is an entertainment district, among other things, but it is an entertainment district. So reducing those standards, separation standards, does make a lot of sense in this case, as far as I can tell. My analysis shows. So the proposed amendment will prohibit place of entertainment if the proposed if the proposed is to be located in such a manner that it shares an exterior wall with an adjacent church or school or located within the CBD, and the proposed amendment will increase the maximum number of places of entertainment from 2 to 3 within a city, a block face within the CBD. So this is the definition, again, taken straight from the language used in the social district stuff. Basically, it's an established engaged primarily in the act of serving, selling, or allowing for the consumption of alcohol-related products. The establishment may provide entertainment in the form of performances, recreation, sports, new live bands, etc. However, the alcohol really is a principal use in this case, unlike a restaurant where food is the principal, serving food is the principal use, with alcohol being accessory. But at this time, our ordinance is really not set up that way. But with a future UDO, you may want to consider looking at alcohol in terms of principal and accessory, and then determining which is the most appropriate districts and methods for and processes for approval of that. And that's obviously, it varies from community to community. So whatever this community feels is comfortable and most appropriate, we definitely want to capture that in any UDO rewrite. So let's see. So this is just the actual text itself, the existing text with the old language written, struck through with the new language. So instead of a 4-lane highway, we're just saying public right-of-way. So that way we don't end up getting in like splitting hairs with potential applicants on whether it's a 4-lane road. Does that mean it's like a 2-lane divided highway with shoulders? And it's just simpler just to say if it, the public right of way, just public right of way instead of a 4-lane highway. So in this case, a 2-lane, 200-foot separation shall only apply to properties along the side rear of the establishment. So it's basically saying if the separation requirements do not apply to properties across the public right of way. So that's district wide, by the way. I'm sorry. Okay, and then within the central business district, we're just adding additional language where the proposed establishment is separated from residentially zoned or developed properties, freestanding church or school by public right of way. The 100-foot separation shall only apply to properties along the sides and rear of the establishment, just for consistency's sake. And then of course, the meat of the proposal is to increase the number of potential places of entertainment from 2 to 3 per city block face. So that's per side of the street, measured from corner to corner. So again, this is some additional language there that just strikes the ambiguous language. And basically just, again, so we replaced it with language that says shall only apply to properties along the side and rear. So again, we're removing those separation requirements from land uses across the street. There was one other thing I probably should point out. Oops, excuse me. With the, I don't want to gloss over it, but the proximity to churches, schools, and forget the exact language, I'm sorry, church, schools, and it was initially 100 feet, and we are basically reducing that to apply to properties that are immediately adjacent. So if they a shared wall, so if there's a bar, a nightclub, and then a church, or say a church, and then a bar wants to move immediately next door in a situation where they're sharing a wall, that would not be permitted with this current, so we've reduced it, but we've not completely eliminated that separation, but we reduced it to just those that are sharing walls, that would not be permitted, because we don't want, we understand that all uses can coexist in peace in an urban environment such as your central business district, but at the same time, noise and vibration can travel through shared walls. So we've we do not have any provisions in there that would allow for a church to be located or a bar to be located immediately or situated in such a way that it's sharing a wall with a church. So. And one last thing, just like to point out the existing language. It's not in my slide presentation, but it does. This particular language, this particular ordinance, existing ordinance, does call out the fact that council obviously reserves the right to revoke a permit if a place of entertainment is getting an excessive amount of complaints and the like. You are well within your right, since you issued the permit, you can revisit the permit and make a determination whether the operation is still in the best interest of the health, welfare, and safety of the public. And I know it's an extreme kind of scenario, but this council does have the authority to revoke a permit. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have on this one.
All right, I'm going to yield the floor to Councilwoman Taylor. I saw her hand up a good bit throughout the presentation, so the floor is yours.
Just a question, because I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but I was under the impression that we were in the process of making some changes to the actual definition of a place of entertainment in the city of Goldsboro. So I'm thinking myself, and I could be wrong, that maybe before we approve any changes to the UDO concerning places of entertainment, maybe we should wait until after we change the wording or approve or disapprove the definition of a place of entertainment. So then maybe it might be different. No, it's not. It's something else that I've been talking to them about. Okay. And
yeah, so
and that's not it. I was thinking that maybe we should do the other first when we're working on and then come back to this.
I was going to try to find that permitted page with the permitted use chart on it. So there are obviously it's not a perfect ordinance, and this is just making minor modifications to the smallest amount of change to get the desired effect, which is to create opportunity for more property owners within the CBD. So more property owners would, by eliminating the separation requirements and upping the number of permits per city block, significant number of property owners can now at least qualify to make application for permits. So that's really all we're doing. But I think you touched on a good point there, is that with a UDO rewrite particularly, what should happen really when we say a place of entertainment, that is a classification of, it's like a grouping of land uses, right? So you see that gray, this gray. If you look further in the chart, that would say something like residential or industrial or something to that effect. And what I would recommend going forward, if we were to do a UDO rewrite, is to make a classification of entertainment, and then under that you would just spell out all the uses, whether it be a putt-putt golf or a go-kart track or a bowling alley or a nightclub, or that whole range of permitted uses. Consider all of those and get more of that specific, get a little more specific with the UDO and how it pertains to entertainment in general. As far as other proposals that we spoke about, obviously, state and federal laws come into play there. So particularly with, as far as the indoor smoking, you may be referring to that. We still, upon further review of that, the state statutes are pretty clear as to what uses are exempt from indoor smoking. So I think any proposal that comes forward that frames the use as something that's exempt, we can consider it. So.
Right. And so what I'm saying is, I was under the impression that we were working on amending the CBD and the vape ordinance, and to separate hookah lounges and classify them as a place of entertainment. instead. So.
Can't do that. Again, that's what I'm trying to say is through my research, there's a list of exempt uses that are exempt from the indoor smoking rule, and hookah is not one of them. So any business that comes forward that wants to permit indoor smoking in their establishment has to present themselves as one of those listed uses that are exempt from the indoor smoking law. So that is a way to for this board to consider it, right? So if private clubs are exempt from indoor smoking, then someone needs to come in if someone comes in with an application for a private club, then there could be exempt from state regulations regarding indoor smoking.
So, but where does that lead us when the CBD and the vape ordinance specifically classifies hookah with that? If we, you see what I'm saying? So, like, I just don't.
So you don't want to spell out something that is explicitly not permitted by state law, right? So if hookah as its own use, right, is not explicitly permitted in the general statutes being exempt from indoor smoking. Now, if it's a private club, then if they're enjoying hookah in that environment, then they're probably fine, is what I'm saying. I've researched approximately 20 UDOs during this process, to include every community I've worked for in the past, as well as Raleigh, Kinston, Wilson, Nightdale, Zebulon, Raleigh, Charlotte, Greenville, Goldsboro. No one has a hookah ordinance. No one allows for hookah as a place of entertainment. It's not. You won't find it in the code, but every one of them does have an ordinance that regulates the retail sales of tobacco and hookah-related products. So we're already consistent with what I believe is what state law requires of us, and we're consistent with what our peers are doing as well. So.
Private club could be exempt from certain things.
Yeah, so private club is explicitly exempt from indoor smoking under certain circumstances. There's probably a lot of some fine print there, so your applicant needs to understand what that state law is saying, and then approach us in a way that would allow us to consider their application. So I think that's the best we're going to be able to do on this one. I was going to mention one other thing, but it just escaped me. But yeah, so I think we're good with that right now. Gee, it bugs me that I just forgot that. But I had another train of thought I wanted to share with you, but we can talk later.
We're talking about the central business district. Is there a reason why we're only making those changes to just the central business district?
Actually, the way the ordinance is set up, and again, this may be something we want to look at when we start talking about redoing the UDO. So you've got the permitted use chart there, which names general business, shopping center, and highway business, right? And then you've got the CBD. So those are the 4 districts. So on this map, that's the central business district there. So areas outside that, if properly zoned, then the first couple of paragraphs in the ordinance regulating bars and nightclubs would apply to the whole district, and then as you get further down, it's doing what the map does. It's applying supplemental standards specifically to the CBD, and I think the intent is to kind of loosen up the standards there, to allow and to encourage more entertainment in our central business district. And of course it goes from there, it goes to, your overlay district, which even incentivizes more by saying, well, you don't even have to do parking because the city will provide it for you, which is a good deal. And then you got the social district, again, which is more just encouraging, people to enjoy, the downtown and to frequent the establishments there. So, I mean, that's kind of the way it's set up. So
I do have a question just to follow on to what. Yes, sir. So I was going to ask the same question. Is it just relative to downtown? So my follow-on question to her is, so we're saying that because we're not specific with saying they can be, we're going to put more than one within a block or whatever in the change. We can already do it out on Berkeley. I'm just using that as a
currently there is you have the proximity stuff, but there's no total limit standards there. So outside of the CBD, and of course with the CBD, there's no separation, but there's a limit to how many you can have, which is kind of opposite of outside the CBD. And then also we've been consistent with removing the text to talking about proximity measuring across the street. So that's consistent across the entire jurisdiction. So we will eliminate the need to measure that distance and to make sure that, so it's just, we did that for consistency's sake.
So Mark, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. I think I am. If I'm a business person that wants to open a hookah lounge somewhere, let's say not the CBD, because I think, or just I'm calling it a private club. So what is my first step if I'm saying it's a private club and going to the planning department? What would I have to
think
produce?
they would need to make application for a place of entertainment as a private club, and obviously there's probably there is specific standards for alcohol, and the ABC obviously I think regulates private clubs a little differently, so it's the way that's handled. But more specifically to your question is, they just need to approach us with an application for one of the uses that is that the general statute clearly states is exempt, and a private club is that, which is under private ownership, and they track their tenants and things of that nature. They could be considered for approval in any district that's where it's a place of entertainment is allowed for by the standard of the UDO. So
I have a question, if you don't mind. So I was driving around this weekend and also reading your verbiage over the weekend. The cosmetics of downtown Goldsboro has changed significantly in the last 5 to 7 years. I was looking especially at the line this weekend: no place of entertainment shall be located so that it shares an exterior wall with an adjacent church or school. As I was driving around, I counted a minimum of 4 to 5 nonprofits that actually serve students of Wayne County schools. These nonprofits serve students, or they're even faith-based nonprofits. Is there any language or any provision that would prevent let's say a nightclub from opening next door to a nonprofit that is serving school students?
Well, I think I don't know if we have a definition for what a school is, but I think that could mean different things to different people. But in the traditional sense, where you have school, where you're a large gathering of students, an assembly type environment where with classrooms and a regularly scheduled type training activities. That's what I think of. I'm not sure if.
So could we possibly look at adding some verbiage that would protect them? Because we may not need to say just school, but we might need to identify like even a nonprofit that's serving school-age students. I'm just using it for an example, communities in school. And then we would offer and have a nightclub like right next door to them, located next door. I can see where that would be a challenge for them as a nonprofit.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind that
church.
Yeah, they operate at different hours too. So,
not necessarily.
Well,
one of the things, Mayor Pro Tem, is that in the downtown district, it's going to be a special use permit. So you're going to have to look at those 4 tests there. And one of the tests would be is it injurious to the adjacent property owner, or does it, conform to the area? And in that case, you could say no and deny it for that reason. So there is a vehicle there to properly deny those.
Yeah, so you will retain oversight, regardless of what your standards are for our tolerance for this. So you'll be able to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I was going to make that same observation that the council ultimately has final say on any of these uses because of the procedure that's required in order for that business to be permitted to operate, regardless of sort of how that particular wording is. And I get the intent of what we're doing here. We're trying to maneuver and get the wording more suited to where we don't have vacant storefront downtown, to where downtown is a destination now, it's an entertainment district, and the things that we can do, just like some of these changes, to encourage that type of business downtown to continue that, tradition or what's going on there. And it sort of made me think, and this, I don't mean this to be a question, but maybe it is, back, and I've been racking my brain trying to remember how long, so I'm going to guess and say 2010 range, there was a issue with storefront churches popping up downtown. And at that time, the storefront churches popping up downtown was hindering other uses because of the regulation. And back at that time, the council, and again, I'm guessing, I think it was 2010-ish, and somewhere in that neighborhood, the council actually established a moratorium in the central business district on storefront churches in order to curb that conflict. I don't recall that ever being lifted per se. So, and I'm not downtown all the time, so Council Mayor Pro Tem Weeks may be able to answer this question, but I don't recall seeing any new storefront churches come along in some time. Is that because we're able to control that
I think,
the moratorium?
well, it's not so much control. I think you just you can command higher rents, with higher with uses that maybe contribute to the local economy a little bit more. If your downtown was struggling, that's usually when the rents start to fall and it becomes more attractive to struggling new startup churches.
So is that moratorium still in effect?
Well, moratoriums are temporary, so you can't just have a moratorium and then just forget that it's there. You have to address the issue. Moratoriums are designed just to give you time to work through the problem and figure out the best solution for this community. So if it
so again, is it still in effect or not still
probably,
in effect?
Well, it might be a question for Ron, but I'm not familiar exactly with the language you're referring to. I don't recall reading anything about an existing moratorium still in effect, but I also haven't seen a lot of churches being permitted.
Okay, let me rephrase my question since we're looking at this as for places of entertainment. Do we have an ordinance in place that prevents churches from moving back downtown?
No, we do not. I believe there's still a permitted use in the CBD. Yeah, so
an ordinance as to how many we can have per block, since we're putting an ordinance in place for the nightclub. So there's no really ordinance that prevents how many per block.
No. And just kind of a quirky little thing about the proximity stuff, especially with alcohol in churches, is it would seem that the rules apply to churches, nightclubs moving next door to churches, but my question is, does it apply the other way? Can a church move in next door to a bar? Just something to think about.
Yeah.
This is go ahead.
Ultimately, as as I said before, the sitting council will make that decision, whoever that council is, when it comes forward, because it's got to be approved, special use permit, as well as
so you still
either way
take
the council's gonna have say. And I don't recall, when we're talking about the moratorium, I don't recall any more conversation ever coming to be. So I think that the intent of the council at that point, if memory serves me correct, was just to slow that down till the UDO could be adjusted. Again, that's been a long time ago. But we want to encourage profitable growth downtown.
This was a risky conversation. When you're dealing with vices and religious establishments, and the exact same conversation, and how to balance the proximity of the two and the density of the two, and but it's important when you have an area that in urban density, the way that we do in our central business district, where that you've got every version of business, including of course these places of worship, right on top of each other. In some cases, not like we don't have literally on top of each other here, just because of our second and third floors not developing quite as much, but you could see how we could at some point, right? So the pieces of red line that are actually being discussed this evening, I just want to pull us back to the actual ordinance that is in our agenda packet. It's 426 POE and the CBD ordinance. Those are the specific red lines that staff are requesting this evening. Then we can have a conversation around the larger UDO. Certainly over this next year, that was advocated for and included in this year's budget. But I just wanted to make sure that we're narrowly tailoring our conversation to the extent we can to the red lines that are actually requested. Now, that being said, everything that we've discussed so far is very specific to these individual red lines.
That's right.
Are there any other questions on any of the specific red lines or requested changes, 2 versus 3 versus 4 versus 1 kinds of things, or do we go to the public hearing?
I have a question for
Please.
Mr. Helmer again. In the central business district exemptions, tell me the benefit of redlining a 50-foot separation distance shall be required for freestanding churches and schools, and changing that to no place of entertainment shall be located so that it shares an exterior wall. Tell me the benefits of redlining that.
Well, essentially what it does is it just, well, first of all, it simplifies the permitting process, and it allows more properties to actually qualify, while at the same time protecting incompatibilities between churches and places of entertainment, right? So
I don't understand your statement.
I'll rephrase that. So we have to assume, obviously in our dense urban core, our CBD, that there has to be a wide range of uses have to coexist in peace, right? And with the type of zoning that we practice, we make assumptions about automatically assuming some uses are incompatible with others, even though there's not necessarily any documented proof of such incompatibilities, other than different ways of thinking about these activities, right? So there are differences, and I think where where these different uses interface is it's critical to respect that, right? But so I asked the question: what's a church across the street, or a bar across the street from the church? Is there really an issue with them two existing peacefully?
Are you asking me
Yeah,
that
no,
question?
well, I'm just asking
Because
a
we
general
just had a
question. I'm
pastor
sorry.
come before us that had that had an issue with. He was wanting to know what type of housing. So if you're asking me that question, my answer is going to be yes.
Okay. Well, yeah, and I think what we've done with the separation for churches is basically saying, like we would with all the other uses that we seem to have distance between them and places of entertainment. We've reduced it as much as possible while respecting the differences between those uses. And in case of schools and churches, we've said the staff is of the belief that there really isn't an incompatibility there until noise and vibration begins to permeate out into the neighboring properties. That's kind of how we're looking at it from more of a practical standpoint as opposed to a moral standpoint, obviously. And we think that there are no real documented incompatibilities there, but we can clearly probably agree that noise and vibration, from one building to the other could be disruptive, not only to churches, but to any commercial establishment next door, but we want to draw a line there, and that's probably where we would recommend doing it. But it's subject to debate, and if you'd be glad to consider any modifications you recommend, if that.
Council, while we are really not at a stopping point, but we are about an hour past when we would normally take a nature break, and at least one of us needs to do so. I'm going to put us into recess until 8:20 Apple time. I realize that one's about 3 minutes different, but we'll go by 8:20 Apple time. back to order. We are still in brief and then council questions and deliberation on item 5.3. We have not yet gotten to the public hearing. We will in due time. We'll invite members of the planning department back up to be able to continue hearing and answering questions before we actually move into the public hearing, to make sure that anyone who is coming up to speak is able to know exactly what it is about which they are speaking. So with that, Mr. Helmer, was there any comment that you were about to make next?
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify that we're still, there's still a separation between the churches and the clubs. That has not changed. However, we're not going across the street to make that measurement, and we're basically saying if the buildings physically touch, then that is too close. But we've assembled this based on some input that we've received from other staff members. However, we're open to whatever this council chooses to be correct for the city of Goldsboro, and we'll make any modifications as you deem appropriate. So.
Sure. All right, council. Who had remaining questions for Mr. Helmer? All right. So with that, let's move into the public hearing, and then don't go far. I'm sure there will be additional questions, and then we'll decide how we want to resolve the actual ordinance itself. All right, this is a public hearing for 5.3 UDO 0426. If memory serves, these being legislative, they can come straight to the podium and state their name, right? Okay. So is there anyone wishing to come forward and speak on UDO 426, item 5.3 on our agenda? Anyone wishing to come forward and speak on 0426? Second call, anyone wishing to come forward and speak on item 5.3 UDO 0426? Third and final call, anyone wishing to come forward and speak on item 5.3 UDO 0426. Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Helmer, if you'd please come back up. So the changes, as I'm reading them, I'm just going to go just piece by piece, would be to add the formal definition for place of entertainment under section 9.2 of Article 9, would be to change the separation from an establishment from residentially zoned or developed property by a public right-of-way. The 200-foot separation shall only apply to properties along the sides and rear of the establishment. So is that intended to say that 200 feet from the front no longer applies? Is that
if there's a right-of-way between the proposed use and existing use, that separation is removed, being completely removed from the equation.
And then and that applies citywide. And then you get into a few things that are central business district or CBD, but central business district exception specifics. And those are, one, instead of saying that a church or school and an establishment, a place of entertainment, would have to be 50 feet, now we're saying that it cannot share an exterior wall. So effectively, it would have to be one exterior wall over. So
That's correct.
It could not be a neighboring storefront. It would have to be one removed.
Yes, and we're doing something similar outside the CBD, where we're saying we're not going to consider uses across the right of way, but we're still going to keep the 100-foot separation between uses, but only the side uses to the side and rear.
We'll get to that one in just a second. So this one, I'm just reading down the ordinance memo, was the number one was the central business district exception. That was, they could not share an exterior wall. So therefore, by definition, you could not have a place of entertainment go next door to a church or a school if there were a school.
That's correct. They
would
would
have
not
to
qualify.
be a minimum of one storefront over, and that also includes the rear wall, right?
Yes.
Because they cannot share.
They cannot share a wall.
So they could not be directly behind either. They'd have to be
Right.
catty cornered behind. Okay. And then for the remainder of the central business district not described by the boundaries above, i.e., I guess that'd be the places that it's not sharing wall, like storefront. There's a degree of separation in the buildings to some degree. Where the proposed establishment is separated from residentially zoned or developed property a freestanding church or school by a public right-of-way, the 100-foot separation shall only apply to the properties along the sides and rear of the establishment. Okay, so that's still within the central business district.
Yeah, that's areas inside the red border. The previous one where we talked, that you mentioned, was the striped blue area, the parking overlay district.
Where that you have truly storefront wall,
Yeah. So
and this is where you don't have that degree of density, but it's 1 degree of density removed, right? So that's where you still have the 100-foot separation, right?
Yeah.
All right. So with that one, if you had a building, exterior wall, 5-foot alley, exterior wall, the 100-foot would apply, right?
Yeah, the greater standard distance requirement would apply because we're making accommodations to allow for these uses to be closer, the more dense that they're.
Like once you get
towards the
over
urban core,
towards,
yeah.
I'll use William Street as an example. Those are not storefront. There's alleyways in between. There's driveways in between. The 100-foot would still apply in those situations, right?
The 100-foot would apply, if I'm understanding you correctly, yes. So the 100-foot would apply all areas outside that striped area, the striped area. So basically around the perimeter of the CBD.
Where it's not quite as dense. Okay. Yeah. And then exception number 3, again, still being specific to the central business district, there would be no more than 3 establishments within a defined city block.
A block face,
Just
which is
block
one
face.
block,
Okay.
one side of the street measured between corner to corner.
Okay, so pick a block, and you can show us where a block face, you would have no more than 3 in between, say, Center Street and.
Yeah,
James
correct.
Street.
So that's a block face right there, and then there's another one immediately across the street. So each block, a 4-sided block, there's 4 block faces per city block. So
Okay. So this would be upping the limit from 2 to 3. Now, those would still be regulated by a special use permitting process,
That's
right?
correct. So we're not making any changes to the council's oversight. You'll still
So if there was already 2 and a third one wanted to come in, the council, be it us or whoever's after us 10 years from now, would be able to still regulate that if they believed it was
right,
not
unless some
consistent.
other changes are made between now and then. Yeah. So
I don't know why I said 10. All of us may still be up here in 10. I mean, at this point, we're kind of digging into our chairs. We're getting good at it. All right, and then the last red line that I see is, and I'm just going to read the paragraph, the separation distance required by this section shall be measured in a straight line from property line to property line and shall only apply to the properties along the sides and rear of the establishment. So that's saying if you have property here and property here, the closest potential site or potential interaction with those property lines is how you're measuring.
yes, so but particularly we're removing the language that I think that's where you pulled that from. It's in there several places, but
Oh no, it's added actually. It's the red line. And,
Yeah.
and shall only apply to the properties along
yeah.
the
So what
sides
we're
and-
removing there is the right of way, right? That ambiguous
Correct.
language,
So
and we're mirroring that.
So now
across.
we're truly making it as the crow flies.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
the closest point of.
Well, we're
property
removing
A-
across the street altogether, but all the other properties, all measurements are straight line to straight line.
Straight line to straight line.
Yeah.
With no perfect. Okay. So truly making it the simplest way possible.
Yes, absolutely.
The closest that A comes to B is at 50 feet. Yes
So
or
there's
no?
that will eliminate any.
Or 100 feet. Yeah, I don't know why I said 50.
Eliminate a potential for different interpretations because it's just ambiguous the way it's currently read. So.
Okay. So council, that being the ordinance that is in front of us, and there are other ordinance changes to come, are there any remaining questions, objections, or requested modifications to those red lines as presented?
I still am not comfortable with taking away the 50-foot separation district distance for me personally. And I would want the verbiage to say adjacent church, school, or school-based program. that's just my recommendation.
So yours would be, I guess, in paragraph 1, is that right? So yours would be,
Leaving the 50-foot separation distance.
and then adding to the red line, no place of entertainment shall be located so that it shares an exterior wall with an adjacent church, school, or school-based program.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Just take out the hash line.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time for me?
No place of entertainment shall be located so that it shares an exterior wall with an adjacent church, school, or school-based program.
And you would like that to read,
Keeping in the line, I think she said, right before that, it says zoned or developed property, a 50-foot separation distance which lined out shall be required for existing, for freestanding churches and schools.
so you want to
So
retain
Put
that
it back
language?
in, yeah.
And modify that sentence also to be churches, comma, schools, comma, and school-based programs.
Mr. Helmer, I
Faith-based
have one
program.
more question, and I'm a processor. I'm just trying to learn from you, okay? You're doing a
Yes,
great
ma'am.
job, but I'm trying to learn from you.
Thank you.
I'm going to use an example. With the 100-foot separation, which I know that ultimately it would come before council and we could make the final decision, but I'm going to use them just for example. So on William Street is the House of Fordham, okay? It is a rehab and a shelter. Because they are a faith-based rehab or shelter, with that 100 distance to protect the people that are staying there, that are trying to have recovery, would that 100-foot distance still apply to them as a faith-based nonprofit as well?
I would say, well, I would want to first look at the special populations ordinance and see if that trumps this particular ordinance, because I think that's probably what it would. I mean, do they have their cake and eat it too? I'm not sure. That's something that would require a little bit more analysis. I think you could argue that if we add faith-based language to this, that a lot of people could come forward saying we're faith-based, and they could, we'd have to look at a lot of uses.
And that's why zoning regulations don't really, they try to stay away from that faith-based or that kind of a use. So if it's a rehab center or a group home or something like that, it's categorized as that, whether it's backed by a nonprofit or a faith-based group or not. But it's a great question. I just think that, that's why we have to interpret things by use.
Pretend like they weren't faith-based and they were a recovery center. Like I'm thinking in my mind right now, downtown, we have a young man that runs a agency. I think it's over on Walnut, and he specializes with recovery, working with people with recovery. There's just, other than it coming before the council, there's no way to protect him from a nightclub going next door to a recovery, correct?
Yeah, it's questionable whether the UDO gives us the authority to really regulate that closely. It would be bad luck, obviously, on I think for the tenant, because I think when we bring that to you, you're going to take that in consideration and think of the harm that the proposal could do to that faith-based, and you'd probably come to the same conclusion you're suggesting now, and that is to deny that. So you'll still have, even though you might have the exact language in there for every possible scenario, but you'll still have the oversight that you can take it on a case-by-case basis. So.
Yes, sir. See your hand up.
I was going to sort of point that same thing out, Mayor Pro Tem, that I'm comfortable with the language being as such that the planning staff, development services staff has a framework to guide people when they come in of hard yes, hard no, but leaving it in such a manner that the elected body makes that decision collectively, whether it be us or the next group or whatever, because there's always things to consider. And it may be that there's an existing, whether it be faith-based or whatever, there was an existing use that the elected body felt would be in conflict with whatever the new request was. But I could also see the exact same scenario happening to where the elected body said, well, this is during these hours on this day, but this special use permit for X is during these hours, and so it's not a conflict. And when a special use is approved, obviously the hours are dictated of operation, the days of operation. If there's any deviation from that, then as was pointed out early, that special use permit can be revoked. I mean, I think the elected body has ultimate control and has good control, and we just need to make sure that this paperwork's primary service is to guide the staff to help someone when they're coming in say hard yes or hard no, or this would be up to council if you make this application. Because as Mr. Helmer pointed out earlier, we've had situations to where you have different members of staff within one department that interpret some of this stuff different ways. So if we can clean up some of that stuff, and one example I can think of, a few years ago, there was a application made for a special use, and there was a church in proximity to it, and there was some disagreement about how you measured that proximity in order to reach that decision. So I think cleaning up the ordinance so staff has a clear direction, and then the ultimate decision lying with the elected body, I think we're accomplishing that. That's just my opinion of why I would be in support of the document as presented.
So I procedurally messed up just a second ago, and Ron didn't throw anything at me, so it's his fault. So what I heard the pro tem say was that she had that she was motioning for an amendment to the document as proposed. At that time, I should have called for a second. The request, the motion that she was making to amend the ordinance as proposed was to unstrike the line that says a 50-foot separation distance shall be required for freestanding churches and schools, to modify that sentence to read for freestanding churches, comma, schools, comma, and school-based organizations, and to continue to add the red line entry of no place of entertainment shall be located so that it shares an exterior wall with an adjacent, and then modify this sentence to also read church, comma, school, comma, and school-based organization. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded to amend the document as presented, as just read. I don't think I have to read that again. It's on video. Is there any debate on that? I believe that Councilman Boyette just spoke. Well, we haven't gotten to the actual voting part yet. Is there any debate on that specific amendment? We're not voting in the whole thing, yes or no. That specific amendment, trying to follow the actual procedure here. Is there any discussion on that amendment, for or against?
I'm okay with it as presented, but I don't think that is the deal breaker. If I respect the pro tem's wishes, and I'll support that if that's what she feels that strongly about. But I feel like the document as presented was good enough for the council, this one or a future one, to make that decision. But if there's a motion and a second and support for it, count me in too.
I have a question for staff, and I know I'm asking you a hypothetical based on a hypothetical. So think slowly, and we'll get through this together. If that modification is made, does the paragraph further down that says shall only apply to properties along the sides and rear still apply? I.e., you have the 50 foot, but if it is off of the front, i.e. straight across the street, would the 50 foot still apply? Yes, right.
That's a good question, and I've read this several times.
Yeah.
Obviously, where does the standard for CBD end, and where does it go back to the beginning of the section where it's really talking about the entire jurisdiction? But because it says section, so that I think the paragraph where it's talking about the separation distance required by this section applies across the jurisdiction, not just CBD.
Okay, that would be my interpretation as well. Okay. And that being the case, I think that what the pro tem is proposing is certainly can work. I think that's a reasonable option.
Great.
So, is there any further debate on that, on the amendment? Hearing none, procedurally we would ask to call the vote. Madam Clerk, if you would please vote electronically if possible. All right, all votes having been cast, the motion to amend passes on a 5-0 vote. So now the ordinance in front of us reads.
Still need to open the public hearing, right?
Well, we already did it.
We already did that.
Yeah,
Did I miss it?
Yeah, we did it. No one came
Nobody
up.
came.
No one came up.
Lost, but yeah, I think it already happened.
Yeah, it already did.
We may want to
Three
offer the
calls.
opportunity to open it up again with the amendment, just in case somebody didn't speak earlier because of what was proposed already. So now you've made a new proposal.
Right.
Now we give them an opportunity to speak on that.
Is that your recommendation?
It is my recommendation.
All right, so with that, now that well, let me ask, are there any other requested amendments to the document? Hearing none, I would entertain, we'll reopen the public hearing for UDO 426. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak on the freshly amended ordinance proposal under 5.3 on our agenda? Second call, anyone wishing to come forward and speak, UDO of 426. Third and final call, anyone wishing to come forward and speak on the amended UDO of 426. All right, we'll close the public hearing. No one has come forward. We say that for the record.
If you pass that, I think you need to instruct Mark to come back and define what a school-based program is.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
That could be up for debate.
Can of worms.
Right. But there's strength in this. Council, at this point, we have a modified ordinance. We've had a public hearing. We've heard our attorney's recommendation that we get clarification from Mr. Helmer on that definition. There is nothing stopping us from passing each of these red lines as amended right now. He would then be coming back with a Article 9, Section 9.2 definitions, an additional definition. So nothing stopping us from doing all of this thing here now, but you would need to come back with a definition very quickly.
Well, is that what we're saying? Is we need additional definitions for faith-based?
For school-based.
For school?
For school-based.
Now that we've put
For
that in.
school-based, okay.
That is, the modified document right now includes that term school-based. And that was Ron's advice, was you need to define that as opposed to leave it completely to you guys to have
Exactly,
to interpret.
and we presented a document for public hearing without that, and to add it, we'd probably need to
We would
revisit
go
it.
through the ordinance modification process over again.
Yeah.
Ron, is your recommendation that we table this, let them come back with modifications? I would prefer to vote on what we have in front
Vote
of
on
us.
what you got.
And then you come back with a definition once you have a definition.
Yes.
Until then, you have to use your administrative authority to interpret it as reasonably as possible.
Okay, then we'll do that. I can present you a document for your signature with the
Just the
recommended
definition,
changes and a definition. Is that my understanding?
No, because the
Confused
definition,
on what he just said.
the,
There's an amendment that's been made to what you proposed.
That's correct.
Okay.
We're voting on the
So we're gonna
document
vote on
as
what you
amended.
proposed, along with the amendment that was made in that motion.
period, and that's
all
what.
we're doing right now.
Right, and then you would need to come
Instruction
back.
is you come back with school-based program definition to be amended in the definition section.
Okay.
Later.
We can do that. Yeah.
Sir.
All right. So with that, council, is there any further debate on the ordinance as amended? Hearing none, would entertain a motion to adopt the ordinance as amended.
So moved.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded to adopt the ordinance as amended this evening. Is there any further debate on that? Hearing none, please vote electronically if possible. All right. Motion, all votes being in the affirmative, motion passes on a 5-0 vote. The ordinance as amended will be presented for signature tomorrow at your professional leisure.
Yes, sir.
Please come back with another ordinance revision that would be the definitions. And if there's any other definitions that you see at that time, or things that the councilwoman has asked for, that can also be a time to do that. So.
Understood.
Yes, ma'am, please, before you leave.
One question. So we're making changes to the ordinance for the central business district. What about, let's just say, general business when it comes down to places of entertainment? Are we doing anything in the works with that?
I think so. I think the ordinance that we adopted tonight applies to places of entertainment within the general business district. So
that the permitted hookah bar is a place of entertainment, and it's it's done.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying as far as the separation.
Yeah. So this ordinance tonight does affect the whole jurisdiction to some extent. Obviously, it's loosened up a lot more in the CBD and less further out, but we've reduced the standard. We reduced separation from. We're no longer going to go across the street and measure the width of that right-of-way.
Central business district, right?
In the central business district, we're not. Yeah, it's different in
Any
central
district.
business.
What about general business?
All districts where a place of entertainment is permitted, we're no longer going to be going across the road to measure that distance. Yeah, it applies to everywhere.
I didn't want anybody
they're
coming back
permitted.
later saying, well, that's not the case, so I just wanted to know
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you. All right. That concludes our public hearings. We'll now move to the public comment period. As always, let me get some blurb that I'm always reminded to do. Speakers shall be civil and courteous in their language and presentations at all times. Speakers are asked to refrain from personal attacks and/or threats directed towards any council member, the mayor, city staff, or members of the public, and vulgar and profane language or gestures will not be tolerated. And Ms. Yes, you have the list.
There are no one signed up for the public comment period.
All right, then we will move to our consent agenda. Mr. Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. The consent agenda consists of a little bit more than four routine numbers, which consists of the substantial amendments to the 2020 annual action plan. We've talked about that several times. Approval of the regular meeting minutes for May 18th, 2026, and the joint meeting of the Council and Planning Commission June 16th, 2026, and approval of the 26-27 annual action plan and FY 26-27 operating budget amendment. Routinely, we vote on these through one motion unless there's a need to discuss any for the particular items on the consent agenda.
Council, are there any remaining questions on any consent agenda items? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 7.1 through 7.4.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to approve consent agenda items 7.1 through 4. Is there any debate? Hearing none, please vote electronically if possible. That does count as a roll call vote. You just have to tell me.
It was 5-0.
All right.
Passed.
All items are approved. Consent agenda items are resolved. All right, old business. We have a couple of citywide ordinances that have been in deliberation for several months on a few different fronts. Let's begin with item 8.1. Mr. Livingston, if you have any preface. If not, we'll move directly to the chief or deputy chief.
No, Mayor, I don't have any opening comments.
Y'all rock, paper, scissors, and decide who's coming up.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Matt and Ron. Item 8.2. 8.1.
Noise.
Background. City of Goldsboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 95, Noise, containing rules and regulations regarding noise regulations within the city. Staff feels it's necessary to update and add to the language in Chapter 95 to clarify and update the ordinance. Council discussed the amended ordinance in the meeting on February 9th. The times in the ordinance have been revised based on council's discussion. And then after council discussion at the meeting on February 9th, Mayor Gaylor requested the item come back before the council for a second meeting. And then there's a list of revisions or the chapters within the ordinance of what's been revised. So I'm here to answer your questions if you have any questions in reference to the times and some of the updated language.
Council, remember that Chapter 95 is larger than just what's on the sheet. What's on the sheet is just the red lines and the actual recommended changes. And so if you need to, on the city website, don't forget you can pop up Chapter 95 if you'd like it. Just do a split screen or something. Council, what questions remain on this item? Chief, do you mind walking us through the times and the language that's been added specifically for like 95.6 and 7 and 8? Do you mind just briefly reminding everybody?
Okay. Some of the times for in 95.06 was noise and special events permits. Basically, it's for permitting a special events permit instead of saying it was a permit for noise. So it's just kind of got pulled into that. Gives the criteria for the permits 10 business days prior to the proposed event. It's review and approval for the city manager. Has the option of denying or revoking the permit if they're not followed through on. And it's got the enforcement for us as a city or law enforcement to enforce the ordinance, and then it's got a process to appeal any decisions as far as enforcement. And that's essentially 49.06.
And this one was one that, in my opinion, needed significant revision because we had a noise and special event permit that then if someone complained after you'd had your fully permitted event, it still could get shut down. It was y'all were in a really awkward situation where you could show up to someone, they show you their permit,
right,
and you still say, well, you got a complaint. And so I like this one being resolved and showing folks what they have to do to be able to have a permitted event.
Right. Okay. 95.07 enforcement and penalties. Again, it kind of goes and gives us a little bit more clarifying language as far as the authority to enforce, the investigation of the notice, the penalties, also with the abatement and seizure authority, enforcement discretion, and coordination with the permits. So again, it was just adding more recent and updated language as opposed to what was previously in the ordinance. Any questions with that little section?
Only question I have is the 50 foot rule as opposed to the 100-foot rule. My only question is when if the young men decide to rehearse like they've done in the past, and they beat those drums, you're going to hear it more than 50 feet.
Right.
So that's just my concern. I understand, I agree with the time limit of 9 p.m. on school nights, except for Fridays. My only problem is the 50 feet.
Was there, I've seen so many different versions, I want to make sure. Now, in the entertainment district, does the 50 feet apply? Under 95.13, it's 200 feet.
200.
Okay, if it's 200 feet and I misread it, then
no, you're perfectly right. This thing is layered. It is complicated. It's correct. I think it's well drafted, but it is layered.
50 foot, I think, applies to vehicles.
Vehicles. Yeah. I'm fine with it.
And this is, when this came up in February, I'm just going to go ahead and state this. When this came up in February, it got completely misconstrued as exclusively trying to talk about downtown and the men who were running the drum line. And that was never the intent. It was never the intent, at least from me. There have been things that have come up all over the city where that I've received complaints. Everything from construction to the permitting process to a lot of things. And this is a comprehensive overview, and I'm being completely transparent here, putting it all out there, that this is intended to be a citywide rewrite. This is not intended to be a central business district exclusive rewrite. And so to that end, it is complicated because you have rules and then you have a central business district exception or modification. So again, I think it's well written, but it is complicated.
I mean, it's definitely an ordinance that's way past its due to be updated. A lot of new things have happened, and it just needs to be modified to fit the community. Which one are you, 9510?
Yes, sir.
Again, this is the musical rehearsals and public performance, the times there. As you can see from them, Monday through Thursday from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then on Friday, 7 a.m. to midnight. Saturday, 7 a.m. to midnight. Sunday, 7 a.m. to midnight. And then any holidays, city recognized holidays, is also 7 a.m. through midnight. Any questions on that section?
May I ask you one question there, Chief?
Okay.
Would you have a recommendation there on Sunday? Because you know Sunday is a school night as well. Because I'm wondering if we should treat Sunday night like the Monday through Thursday, since it's parents are getting their kids ready for school for Monday. I just wanted your recommendation.
Yeah,
or
looking at it that
what
way,
do you-
that's a good point. I think we were looking at it too much of Sunday's considered a weekday or weekend, and that's where we kind of hooked that time. So yeah, I think it makes sense to back that midnight up to what, 9 p.m. Is that what was?
Councilman Boyette pointed that out to me today, and I kept meaning to try to get that into the things. We didn't, so.
Okay.
It's a very
Okay.
reasonable.
So under
correction.
95.10, Sunday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just a recommendation
If you will.
from a mom perspective.
And that lines up with the other time frames that's.
Yeah, no, that's a good one, because I think Sunday evenings are kind of like time to wind down.
As we go through this, I will ask for a modification or ask for a motion to amend, because there are time windows, and we're going to double check this as we go in 9511, 9512. There's more of them, so take note, and then we will ask for any modification.
There. And for reference, that's page 185 of the agenda, is where that appears at.
Yep. 95.11, reference to construction, maintenance, and landscaping noise. And the times there was Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Friday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And holidays, city recognized holidays, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And again, that's construction, maintenance, landscaping noise throughout.
So let me ask a question about that. Just somebody's out there cutting their grass at some weird hour, and and another neighbor's mad because their neighbor's cutting their grass or doing something like that. Is that going to be something that we're going to have to deal with, and they're not in, they're outside of the quiet hours?
If it's in an ordinance, we could deal with it if somebody calls. So yeah, we essentially go out there and tell them they need to stop.
Some of that happened.
I don't want my neighbors doing it till lunchtime. I sleep late.
Any other questions with that section?
No, sir, but I believe that you made it very well written in C when you talked about the exceptions, emergency work, and then when it talks about the hours there that does not unreasonably disturb neighbors. So it was very well written to kind of accommodate what the city manager was saying there.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I was looking at. It's like ordinary homeowner maintenance, so it does not unreasonably disturb neighbors. Everybody's got a different definition of what unreasonable is.
My neighbor just got a battery-powered push mower. It's the quietest thing I've ever seen. It's nuts. Anyway, that's.
I thought you were going to call your neighbor.
No,
Okay, thank you for that.
He's incredibly courteous. He's got a battery one. It's crazy.
All right. If there's nothing else on that one, we'll go to 95.12, commercial establishments with outdoor music or entertainment. Again, the hours on that, Monday through Thursday is 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday is 7 a.m. to midnight. And Sunday is 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And any days where it's a city recognized holiday is 7 a.m. through midnight. Audible 100 feet. Any questions on that? 95.13 entertainment district designation and standards. Allows the council to designate areas encouraging outdoor entertainment under controlled conditions. Permitted activities would be outdoor live music performances may occur with individual permits. Again, it requires a permit. Hours of operation. If they're in violation, then the permit can be revoked. I think elsewhere in the ordinance it shows that if it does have a permit, they've got like a 30-minute grace period at the end of the permit. Once the permit expires, they can, as long as they stay within that 30 minutes of overrun, they're pretty good. Any questions on that section? 95.14 residential noise and quiet hours. That's new, so Monday through Thursday is 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Friday, the beginning of the weekend, is 11 p.m. through 7 a.m. is quiet time. Saturday, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Sunday, 9 p.m. through 7 a.m. And then city recognized holidays, 11 p.m. through 7 a.m. And the exception to that is authorized permitted events, emergency work, and reasonable daytime residential activity. Any questions on that?
So, say for example, we're asleep and there's someone outside hollering and screaming. We call non-emergency number and tell them, and then what? Someone will come out and enforce it through a warning, a citation, or another remedy?
Come out there and tell them to quieten it down. And if they get another call to come back and it's habitual, then yeah, they can be charged.
We have people sometimes, I'm just wondering, they holler at night.
I understand.
Out in the street.
They should. Are you measuring in a straight line?
Oh, no, they're not. They're just people that walk around sometimes, and they holler. So I was just wondering. Just curious.
I think you're onto something, and that might be one of the reasons that this is an important ordinance.
Hear, hear.
So I heard a recommended change to 9510 to replicate the Monday through Thursday 7A to 9P on Sunday. Was that in the form of a motion?
Yes, sir. That will make it consistent with all the other.
Perfect. So the motion made and properly seconded to amend the proposal under 9510 to have Sunday mirror Monday. Is that stated clear enough? That okay?
Yes, sir.
Is there any debate on that? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible.
I don't remember somebody making a motion and a second as to the whole thing.
She made a motion.
Made a motion to amend.
I made a motion to amend. That's what we're voting on.
That's what we're voting
Just
on.
to
The
amendment, yeah.
Just on the amendment.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Not the whole thing.
Correct.
The whole thing.
Correct. We're just voting on the amendment.
Sorry, I'm getting lost.
No, I'm trying to go.
Good.
I'm trying to go very by the book. Spent a lot of time with Robert's rules. It's a exhausting thing. But motion's been made, properly seconded There's no additional debate. We've already voted that the motion to amend passes. Now we have an amended document where the only amendment is 9510. Sunday is now 7A to 9P in the amended version. Now, council, is there a motion to adopt the amended version in front of us?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to adopt the amended ordinance. Is there any debate on that? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. So please vote electronically if possible. All right, all votes having been tallied, motion passes. All right, we have a noise ordinance.
Thank you so much for your
great.
hard work, because I know you've been working on it for a long time, you and Miss Laura and your teams, and so we're extremely grateful.
Very welcome. So now let's discuss item 8.2.
Yes, sir.
Animal ordinance. City of Goldsboro Code of Ordinances, Chapter 91, Animal, contains rules and regulations regarding animals within the city. Staff feels it necessary to update the language in Chapter 91 to clarify and update the ordinance. Council meeting on March 16, 2026, the following sections of the animal ordinance were adopted. 91.15, 91.17, 91.18, 91.19, 91.20, 91.21, .22, and .23 and 24. Council asks that section 9.16 be revised and brought back to council at a later date. 91.16, the change in that portion was the count, I believe.
4.
Right, it was revised to 4.
3 to 4.
I think the question that Councilmember White had asked, does that pertain to animals inside the house, dogs inside the house? It does pertain to an individual owning 4.
Right, on the premises, right?
Correct. So that's what it does. And then after that, the staff felt the need to add 9.28, which is essentially similar to the general statute that's already on effect in the state of North Carolina, is for the abuse of animals, which also addresses some questions that Councilmember White had as far as provide adequate shelter on the property if the dogs are kept outside for it, as opposed to just being chained up or just running free. So it does provide that. Somebody can be charged with abuse of animals. It clarifies a little bit. Well, elsewhere in the ordinance, the tethering, it does limit tethering to 2 hours within a 24-hour period. So it just tightened it up. But yeah, 9.28 was a new section. Again, that kind of mimics the general statute that's already on the books for abuse to animals, sanitary conditions on the property and stuff like that.
Sure.
So I'm going back to the count.
Okay.
And we're just talking specifically about dogs. It has been brought to my attention that we have a lot of a plethora of cats out there, and we're not putting the same stipulation on the cats on premises as we do the dogs. So tonight I did start doing some type of research, and there are ordinances out there in other municipalities that sets a limit with cats as well. So I asked that the council look at that and have the same stipulation on cats as they do dogs. Even with them, I ain't saying they have to be on the leash, because I ain't never seen a cat being walked on the leash. but what I am saying is that if they step off the property or they destroying somebody else's property, just like a dog, I think the cat should be held. You know, the owner should be held accountable as well. So I just think they should mimic the dog piece. Okay. That's just my recommendation.
You make that a motion, I'll second it.
So
I make that a motion.
I agree too.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded to amend the proposal to include cats. Now we've got to debate it and figure out how we want to say that. I'm very much in favor as well. So let's look at.
So when I looked at
Go,
the
please.
verbiage for Johnston County, Kinston, and also Wilson County, it's dog/cat.
Right.
And the cat is not allowed to, it says, to allow it to run at large off the premises of the owner. So Johnston County, Wilson County, and Kinston, it was dog/cat. So could we just change it to say dog/cat?
Leave it at that.
Leave it at that.
I think that my opinion is that we do need to look at that, but I think for right now, if we could just kind of give us some time to research a little bit more, just simply because dogs and cats are very different, and how we regulate them might need to change too. I don't know about lumping them in. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there because I'm a little hesitant. I've never had an ordinance of regulated cats other than as a total part of a total animals that you could have.
Well, and then I'm going to yield to you, sir. The ordinance, all of Chapter 91, is animals as a whole. There are things that are specific to dogs, but there is already animals running at large prohibited that is not specific to dogs. That's 9118. There's already female animals in heat that is not limited to dogs. So I want to figure out if we have what we need on the books. We just need to talk about enforcing it a little bit differently, or if we actually need additional text on the books.
Well, I think for me personally, I think that the text will come in as how many.
I got you.
Right. You know what I'm saying? How many can you have? And you have to be specific with calling out the animals.
Right. Yes, sir. And, your hands up.
And so, to Councilman White's point, the constituents that have voiced an opinion about this are simply asking, which was what Councilman White's motion that I seconded is when you're referring to how many dogs can be on a property, could be at that residence owned by that, it's dog/cat. That's the only, that was the intent of the motion that I seconded. All of the other things is regulated by animals in general. We're talking about how many cats can someone own and have on a property at one time, the same amount as the dog.
Right. So your motion, if I misunderstood it, then let's get it restated for the record. Was it that 9116, as is proposed to be amended, would say it shall be unlawful for any owner, household, or property to keep, harbor, and maintain more than 4 dogs or cats?
That's right.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. And so that was your motion.
Right.
And that was what you seconded.
That's right.
All right. I apologize, and I should have gotten that stated for the record.
So then a total of 8 animals. Would that be like you still could?
Or.
Okay.
So you can have 4 cats and 4 dogs, for a total of 8.
Right.
Well, we need to say, do you
That's
want
what
to be
I
an
mean.
and or an or?
That's what I'm trying to get a clarification on.
So you would say 4 dogs and 4 cats. So cap it at, you can have 4 dogs and 4 cats, and that's it.
Because it needs to be and or. That's
Yeah,
like the second day of BLET. Right? And or is a big difference. And I'll support whichever one you feel. And I say that because it was Councilman White's constituents. So.
Ron, if you don't mind, look at this with us in real time here. 9116, limitation on numbers allowed. It shall be unlawful for any owner, household, or property to keep, harbor, and maintain more than 4 dogs over the age of 4 months. Do we simply say more than 4 dogs? Do you say more than 4 dogs, comma, more than 4 dogs, comma, 4 cats, comma, or any combination thereof, not to exceed 8? To be explicitly clear.
That's a lot of animals.
If you say any combination, then that means you're going to have 7 dogs and 1 cat.
Well, and that's where I'm trying to get this right. We're having to do this in real time.
In one of the ordinances says 4 of the same species.
There you go. I like that. Yeah, up to 4 cockatoos. Ron,
you got people in the city.
If our intention
and
is to cap any one species at 4, so if I'm hearing Councilman White correct, his intent in his motion was you can have 4 dogs, you can have 4 cats, so a total of 8, but that's it, and you cannot have more than 4 cats or more than 4 dogs.
We just put and or.
Right. And or.
Let's put and/or 4 cats.
Oh man. All right.
And then you can have 8. Because you got and in there. You can't have more than 4 dogs, can't have more than 4 cats. You can have up to 8 total.
But no more than 4 of each.
And
Right.
or, yeah.
You good?
No more than
We're not
4
discriminating
dogs
against
and or
dogs
4
or
cats.
cats. You can have 4
and
of
or.
each.
I'm good either way. Here's Wilson's ordinance, and it says dog/cat. So either way, I'm good with it.
And
I have no argument either way.
And I would be too, except for the fact that if it doesn't provide clear direction to the folks that's having to be out there, that's the whole purpose of
That's
tightening
what I
this
wanted
stuff
to
up.
do, was the reason I wanted to make sure, but if it's, that would be pretty clear, I think, don't you think, Chief?
Which one?
And or,
Change and
the and or, if it's that.
And or four?
4 dogs or 4 cats, and or.
Right, that
Yeah.
limits it to 4 in that species. You can't.
That's all we
You
wanna
can't
do,
be
that.
7 in 1.
Right.
There's always somebody out there who would do that.
All right.
I have no more than 8. You know.
I just want clear direction for the folks that's got to be
So-
out here dealing with it.
So let's state, y'all decide, state for the record what the language would be in the amendment, and then I'm gonna call a vote.
Well, under 91.16, after it says the word 4, parenthetical number 4, dogs, if you guys still want to keep over 4 months as the age, okay, then at that point you would put right after dogs and/or 4 cats.
Perfect.
Over the age of 4 months. So you insert it right between dogs and over.
Madam
Well,
Clerk, you good with that?
And or.
Yes.
We can remember
You have it
2
stated for the
words.
record. Is council comfortable with the statement from our attorney?
Yes.
All right. Then we'll, is there any further debate on that? Hearing none, we'll call the vote on the amendment. The amendment is to amend the proposed language of 9116 as stated by our city attorney.
Don't you want to, here's constituent, I'll make a motion for him. I'll make a motion that we make
But
that amendment.
he's already made, he's already made
We
it.
already did
And he
that.
already
Okay.
seconded it. Yeah, now we're just
for it to
waiting.
come up on a vote.
Oh,
Yep.
Good? Okay.
All right, so now the amendment, voting is in progress. The amendment has passed. So now the document in front of us is a modified version of 9116 as modified by our city attorney. 9128 remains as presented, and that's the entirety of the document. Is there any further debate on the document as modified? Hearing none, I'll call the vote or call a motion. Is there a motion to approve the modifications to Chapter 91 as presented and modified?
I'll make a motion that we approve the item as amended and discussed and written.
Second.
All right, motion been made and properly seconded to adopt the ordinance as modified. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Please vote electronically if possible. All right. Motion passes on a 5-0 vote. Chapter 91 is modified.
One final comment, if
Yes,
I
sir.
may,
Yes, sir.
Mayor. This council's worked awfully hard since we've been elected to put some teeth into ordinances and get some of this stuff cleaned up to where our folks that are out here having to do that job in the field have clear direction and something with some teeth in it. And I think this is another piece of that puzzle. And I would say, particularly to the chief, from a law enforcement perspective, on some of this stuff you got to enforce, and you're out there and you run into a situation to where, well, we didn't think about this, or it should have been this or that. Please don't hesitate to because we're in your corner. If you see that an and needs to be an or on something, whether it be a junk car ordinance or this or whatever, because our intent is to tighten this stuff up so you guys can do your job in the field and feel like you're on solid ground when you do. So if you see something else needs to be maneuvered around a little bit, feel free to let us know.
Right. Thank you. Yep.
That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, we're good then.
Good.
Thank
All
you,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
All right, that concludes our old business. We have one item of new business. Remember, item 9.2 has already been removed from the agenda. Item 9.1.
So I've proposed some dates for next year's calendar for your perusal. And today is nothing more than just if you will start looking at the meeting schedule, see if there's any conflicts. I tried to kind of match it with what we've done this past year, except for this 2027 calendar. It gives you, there's one more month that we have 2 meetings instead of just the one as what we had to do in 2026 based off the calendar, the holiday calendar. So if you'll just review that, let me know if you have any changes. I've also proposed for a council retreat February 18th and 19th, which is a Thursday and Friday. So if you'll just get back with me and let me know if there's anything I need to change, and then I'll bring it back to probably the September meeting and give y'all plenty of time. So,
Council, something that Ms. Getz, did point out is obviously 2027 is an election year. Look at, I'll ask you to call special attention to where the meetings fall in November and make sure that that is what is proposed is, it is certainly consistent with past election years. I want to make sure it's consistent with council's wishes. So again, that is not for vote or debate this evening, but it is to start the conversation. So everyone, please do give that some time and talk amongst yourselves, to me, to Matt, Laura, and let's come up with a set of dates we can go ahead and start planning our 2027. All right, no further new business to come before council. Mr. Livingston, your city manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's got a couple things for you and the council. Today we had our ribbon cutting. Thank you for being there. A great success story there. I do want you to know that we are going to be coming back with a change order for some irrigation repairs that we had to make on that. So that'll be in 2 weeks. That was about $17,000 worth of irrigation repairs that we needed to make sure the all the sod and everything we were putting out there is going to stay green and live. Also, a few months back when we were looking at the budget, we talked about the purchase cards and cell phone information. We've been working on that, haven't forgotten about that. We'll be bringing back some recommendations on that on the 17th of August as well. So look for that. And finally, I'll get into this a little bit more, but we did get notice that we can extend the coronavirus funds. So if we want to revisit that application of funds, we could potentially do that. I don't want to throw a monkey wrench in it because we're kind of going down the thing, but we could really kind of maybe do that. So we'll talk about that more, but I just wanted to inform you, we got that news last week. So it's not like an automatic extension, but we're still applying for one even for this project. But if it's something that we feel like we want to revisit, we can. I don't want to open up that can of worms unless you guys really feel that way about it. Some of the other things, just so you know, I know it's a high priority for the community and for the council. The pavement preservation program is underway. When they've been doing the curb and gutter work, and so starting in August, we'll have Barnhill out there starting to pave the roads. And following that, we'll be repaving and repaving again. So we're going to keep that momentum going. Also, another big project. Sometimes these things take a while to get started, but they're underway. The sewer meter project and also the ones out at Rosewood or AC Schulte's is our contractor working on those. They're pretty big projects, but we should get them done in 3 to 6 months. But those are underway. We've also been busy working with other communities and the county on sewer regionalization. And just to let you know, we got an approved amendment to the contract with DWI. So we had approximately $94,000 left in that grant, and we're using it to work with the other communities and write up scopes with them. Each community has a different kind of approach, different set of needs. So, still kind of working with Eureka and trying to secure even more funding potentially for the Eureka situation. But they're okay with agreements, but what we're really trying to do there is work with the state and Bob Taylor about securing additional funding. We've also had meetings with Fremont, and they're looking at more of it right now. Their preference is to have sort of a bulk a relationship like we have now where they're purchasing it, and that could change, but they're not necessarily interested in us coming in and sort of taking over the whole entire system, whereas Eureka has a different set of needs. In Pikeville, they're more interested in seeing what the numbers come back in as far as what they say as far as cost versus investment and what their return on that would look like. versus a full merger versus just a bulk purchase and those kind of things. But they're very much interested in, and I'll say this, in tying on to the city of Goldsboro the most efficient way possible. So that's it. And then with the county, we do have an agreement that Ron's looked at, and they've essentially agreed to everything that we've kind of put in our proposal for an advisory board. But we'll bring that back to you. I guess the only thing that we probably need to discuss more is the breakdown of no one has more than 50% of a weighted vote in talking about decisions. But even those decisions are recommendations that would come from this board to this board in terms of things like rates, in terms of overall policy and things like that. So that I'm glad that we're still going down that road and we're making progress there. And we're to report back to them, I think, before Labor Day, so we'll be bringing that draft agreement to you for each one of you to look at, and I'll probably sit down with groups of 2 or 3 to kind of go over that agreement one by one or paragraph by paragraph so that we all make sure we understand it. We're off of the voluntary water conservation now. Raleigh went off of theirs, so we're going off of ours. We were rewarded some JAG grants, which is the Justice Department grants for procurement of 3 mounted pole speed signs, solar powered, 1 message board with a speed trailer. They will add to our aging pole mounted sign and also add newer functionality with the digital readouts and stuff and the ability to access data remotely and make system changes as needed. So that was good news this morning. We also have a playground that's going to be coming to the south end Playground Park. We've got $200,000. We had 8 vendors come in with a range of cost of about $190,000 to about a little over $200,000. All scores were tabulated, and my recommendation is that we're going to go with game time. That was what the whole committee kind of recommended at $190,000. And rather than bring that back to council, I'm kind of just saying we're going to go with it because I want to go ahead and get the project started and hire a contractor. And if you guys don't have any issues with us putting a little pocket, there's an example if you want to pass that down of what it would look like.
And this is in the courtyard?
Yeah, and that's just a conceptual kind of thing that they gave. That's what $200,000 will get you these days, or $190,000. That's expensive, but that's good news. We've been trying to get that thing going for years and years, and so now we're finally looking at getting it going. Are y'all good with that?
Mm-hmm.
And what else I got here? Any other questions about that? So you're good with going with that one, okay? The other thing about the coronavirus again is that they like I said, they emailed us.
Do you need us to take that up as a actual piece of business? If we're directing him to expend dollars, do we need to put that back?
I thought it was already done. I mean, for some reason, I received a contract to look at.
Yeah, he received the contract, but I haven't awarded the contract. I can award the contract under what my abilities are as city manager. So rather, if you want to vote on it and just say, yeah, we award the contract without, it's fine. You can do that. I was just telling you that I was going to do it anyway.
Just because of spending caps, I guess?
Yeah, it's within my purview to do this amount.
Okay. Then
I'm just informing you.
Let's just do it this way, just to make sure that way you don't have any questions later on. Are there any objections from council? All right, is there a motion to authorize the manager to move forward with the playground as presented?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right, motion is made and properly seconded. Is there? I realize, Ron, I'm not going back and amending the agenda. At least we're getting it on the record that we discussed it, right? This would go South End Park. We don't have an aerial of exactly where, but we know where the park is.
Yeah, it used to be an old one there that was replaced because of just lack of maintenance. So this will be replacing the old one that we had there a decade or so ago.
Perfect. All right, so motion is made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please vote electronically if possible, or just. There we go. All right, all votes in the affirmative. There you go, Matt. Now you don't have to wonder, in case Catherine needs it.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, and she and Tim talked about it, I could do it. I just wanted to keep you informed. I appreciate you supporting it.
Sure, sure.
The final thing is going back to that coronavirus funds. I know we put a lot of work in it, but we didn't expect to get an extension. We're thankful that we have. So do we want to revisit this issue and say, you know, we've seen these other things that have come up since then that we feel like would qualify, like the tennis courts or something like that. So I know that it's not a majority of the city council that's here right now, so I don't want to put you on the spot, but it was my duty to tell you that this fundamentally changed. We got some more time. We're still going to be crunched for time no matter, but we'd have to go through the procurement process with whomever we get as a contractor. But if you'd like for us, the staff, to relook at that, how we can apply coronavirus funds, we've got like 300,000 to work with, and we just got to be able to make sure that whatever we do identify, we can expend the monies in quick fashion, or pretty quick fashion.
The first question will be, how long of an extension did you get?
So they're granting up to a year, and I want to say it's not automatic, so September's when it officially ends, but it's up to a year, and we can request it, and you know, it's a little bit, maybe a little bit of a risk, but you know, I mean, so is everything else,
Well,
seems like.
If I may.
I'm sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt.
please.
I want to interject, but just for their clarification, it sounded confusing. Did
Okay.
you get an extension or not?
No, we did not. We're requesting an extension, but they came out with a notice saying that they're giving everybody an extension, but they have to request it. Does that make sense? We have to. They're saying we're eligible. If you apply for an extension, you could be up to you're eligible up to a year's extension. But we have to apply for it. So
I
if you-
worry that this, I mean, now we're getting into legitimate business items. I feel like this ought to be its own agenda item.
It should, but I just wanted to get the direction from council if we want to stay the course or bring it back as an agenda item.
Just one more comment, if I
Please.
may,
Go
and
ahead.
if we need to set this as an agenda item for the next meeting, it's fine. But my 2 cents, since it was brought up for discussion, I'm not opposed to seeing if there was something else that we could do. But if there's only a year extension, we don't have the year, we have nothing else to be shovel ready, or I would not do anything to possibly upset what we've got locked in that we all agreed on doing to gamble on something else. I mean, I'm 150% satisfied with what we did based on all of the input by the department heads and all the consideration that was given and the grant money that was tossed in, et cetera, et cetera. So something would have to be a miracle and absolutely doable to even consider risking what we've already done. That's my 2 cents. But I'm not opposed to, if there's something that can be looked at, let's look at it. But it's got to be a good one.
I have one question. And I agree, you know, we put a lot of thought process into it. However, this is just something for you guys to consider. With our relationship with the tourism, I think they were donating some of the monies toward the fields. Would it be appropriate to put it as an agenda item and ask them, which would you prefer that we partner with you on? Would you prefer that we partner with you on the tennis courts so that you can bring that tournament here, or would you prefer that we partner with you on the lighting of the fields? Could that be a possibility of usage for that monies? And then we could get it done within that year's time. They would qualify for that tournament, and then that would put that on them too, to say which would you prefer?
I would absolutely consider that.
I think, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
I was going to say the same thing. If we could put it on a separate agenda item, because you know, we have 2 councilwomen that I'm sure have input into that as well.
And I don't ever like to throw something on council, especially not here right at the end of the agenda. Matt, I think the right thing to do is not to cut off conversation, but to keep us within the confines of the agenda that we set for tonight. I think you need to go back to travel and tourism and just say, guys, some things have shifted. We have some options. Would you recommend a change, or would you like to stay the course, and then come back to us at our next meeting with with some form of request or something contained, as opposed to hypotheticals on hypotheticals?
Well, with that being said, I agree with everything that's been said here. But because travel and tourism are under a time crunch because they're getting ready to award the 27 and 28, the conversation need to happen sooner than later.
It needs to have, yeah, I mean, we need to be able, if we're going to make a change, we need to vote on it next meeting. I mean, that's our time crunch.
Yeah, we can have it prepared. I just didn't want to see if there was any kind of desire to try to look at something different. If you said no, then it would be done. It wouldn't have to. But I definitely agree we need to go before travel and tourism.
I think that right now, I'm sure that is a very difficult thing to reopen a thing that has already been debated. You're being transparent with your council. You're putting it on the table the way you're supposed to do it. Nothing but kudos for doing that. I just want to make sure that we're not asking council to make a decision on something without an actual document in front of us.
Right. Yeah, general guidance, not at any, tell me go forward and bring it back, or just stop where we're at and keep going the same direction we're going now. That's
I think knowing that we have another very reasonable tourism-related request, I think you have no choice but to go back and ask the question since the circumstance.
I mean, to be very transparent with you, Mayor, until they mentioned that tonight, I really started, because we talked about this, and I wasn't really thinking it was a good idea, but when they talked about that, and I was like, well, here's something we could potentially do.
Right.
Can I ask you?
No, yes, sir.
Do we need to include Parks and Rec in that discussion?
We will. We will.
Okay.
Quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I honor what you were saying, Councilman White. He said, and I heard that conversation too, that they were going to be calling them back, honestly, within the next 2 weeks. Question. So we've asked the city manager to go speak with Parks and Recs and Travel and Tourism. Is there any way that we could possibly take, and I don't know, could we take a vote saying, hey, if they say that takes precedence, we're trusting the judgment of you and the travel tourism staff. If that decision has to be made before we meet again, you follow what I'm saying?
I'd rather see it come back as an agenda item so that there can be plenty of input, considering that we would be undoing something that a whole lot of discussion had happened at multiple meetings.
No problem.
I would feel better about an agenda.
No problem.
I feel better about that too, but I can only speak for me. I think that the conversation that we had about Bryant Park was kind of forced into a corner because we thought we had a time crunch.
Right.
I agree.
I think you're right.
Whatever guidance we get, I'm supportive of that.
Me too.
Good
job.
Thank you. That's all I got, Mayor.
All right. So with that, we will move to Mayor and Council Member comments. It is the first meeting of August. We'll begin with Councilman from District 2.
All righty. A couple things. I'm sorry I missed the ribbon cutting this morning for the Pocket Park. And I look forward to Councilwoman Jones being back with us at the next meeting. And I know she's had a lot of input into that Pocket Park and that happening over there. And also on that same subject of Councilwoman Jones' work in her district, I saw some pictures this morning. She's sponsoring over at West Haven a group of, and I don't know if there's a name for it, but there's a group of kids and they're being taught about growing their own food and how to raise their own food. And Councilwoman Jones has sponsored, a big sponsor of that, and has provided construction materials and labor to build the apparatus necessary to grow those foods and stuff in. And I saw some pictures of the completed project this morning. So kudos to Councilwoman Jones and all of her hard work that she's put into that. I look forward to her being back at the next meeting.
And the city provides a mulch for that too.
Okay. And the last thing is Councilwoman Matthews and I and the senior staff for the city had the pleasure of attending the push-in ceremony for our newest apparatus with the fire department this week. That was neat to be able to participate in that, and it's nice just to see all of the work that this council's done over the last few years just continuing to come together, and whether it be that or previous action with budgets or like tonight tightening up ordinances. I said the night that we were sworn into these seats that this sitting council was going to be making some decisions on things that are going to affect the next 3-4 more generations going down the road. And we have some more ahead of us. It's going to come down the pipe soon. But I'm happy to be a part of this group. I'm proud to be a part of this group, and I'm proud of what we're all accomplishing up here together, because it absolutely, positively is for the good, the greater good of this city and our community. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
I just want to say I agree with everything that Councilman Boyette said. I also want to thank everyone that's been working on the ordinances, working very hard to get these ordinances in front of us so we can give our input and make the changes. Also, I do want to say I was talking to Councilman Boyette earlier. We both have had complaints about some things with the water bills from some of our constituents. So I know that we've been having things put online on social media. What was it? It was the council member recap. Right, right. And so you and I were talking about that and how well that was done. But I also was going to ask, since we do have some constituents and residents, citizens, whatever you want to call them, since we do have some that are not on social media, is there a way that we could possibly, since one of our things that we wanted to push this year was communication, is there a way we could include some of these things in our water bill
Absolutely.
that go out to our citizens so they'll know?
Yeah, we brought in a new lead for NC, and so Latoya's got some help, and those are the things I talked to her a little bit about. Our job is to get more information out to the citizens, and our goal is to get more of that done. So we've got the bandwidth to do a lot more now.
The insert in the water bills also looks completely different now.
Right, and that's what made me think about including the council, just like the city council recap, how they did it online. That was great, excellent, and I received a lot of positive feedback from that, and I myself thought it was neat. So I was thinking that if we could do something like that in our water bill, just a short, brief.
Just Laura, help me remember that, please. And we'll get with Latoya tomorrow morning.
And so that's it. I just want to thank everyone for all the hard work, and just ask for that as part of our continued push for more communication with our citizens.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, that was the first thing that I had wrote down, was we are getting such positive feedback from the city council recap that you did online, and also minutes with the mayor, that my recommendation was going to be, could we, with the mayor's newsletter that he sends out, his comments, if we could put the city council recap in there. And on that same token, I have a young lady that has been watching, because I told her I would definitely mention her name. She may have already turned in early, but I promised I would mention her name, guys. She's in my district. She turned 104 years old. Her name is Miss Sudie McCandless, who also has a small crush on our neighbor, on my neighbor here, on the mayor. And so I told her I would mention her 104th birthday, and that the mayor would smile back at the camera at her. So congratulations, Miss Sudie, 104 years old, from District 5. Also, I spoke to Councilwoman Jones before we came on, and I just want to say, because I know that she's watching as well, that, man, we are so proud of you. That ribbon cutting this morning, along with the Housing Authority, also with the City Council, with the DGDC, everybody that was involved. I could really see your fingerprints, Councilwoman Jones, all over that park. It is so beautiful, the turf, everything. So congratulations on a job well done. We are so proud of you. At the same token, we have missed Councilwoman Matthews tonight, and we look forward to both of you being back. I also had the privilege of swearing in my very first 2 police officers. After I did it, I went to my car and I cried. I wept like a baby because it was just so, that moment was just so sentimental to me. So I want to congratulate Mr. Ronald Bear and Mr. Officer Lyle McLaughlin. And please, since I swore you in, please, make sure that you stay with us forever and forever and forever, okay? Because they were just too great. So welcome to the Goldsboro Police Department family, and we look forward to swearing in many more officers. So that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Councilman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a note for my Mimosa Park on Green Avenue. I did talk to the chief tonight, and I also talked to the city councilman about the city manager about the speeding that's going on in that neighborhood. So we are really going to get out there and make sure that we stop that we having some drag racing going on Green Avenue in Mimosa Park. Finally, to the staff of the hospital, Dr. Tucker and all the nurses, thank you for taking care of my mom over this weekend. She's doing better. We got a road to recovery, but however, what you did for her on this weekend, there's no words to show my gratitude. So that's all I have.
It's good to be in a place with people who care. First off, Councilwoman Matthews, Councilwoman Jones, miss you guys tonight. Look forward to seeing both of you again very soon. The Pocket Park ribbon cutting this morning, the partnership with Housing Authority for City of Goldsboro, and in my time in public service has never been stronger. And we've got a long ways to go. We've got a lot of things we want to get better, but we're laying the groundwork for being able to make consistent incremental changes, and I really appreciate all of the work that entire organization is doing, because it is not easy, but they know they have a long ways to go, and they're committed and excited to get there. The Purple Heart Banquet Saturday, absolutely amazing event every single year. Again, I just want to say thank you to those who were there being honored, and also thank you to those who did all the work to ensure that the event was there to be able to honor folks and their families. Just a huge privilege. And lastly, fall sports is coming up. Can you believe it? It's still summer, but some kids are going back to school like Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next week. Yeah. And then some are going back in about 3 weeks. But either way, Parks and Recreation youth sports signups for fall are upon us. And so if you've got a robust church family with a bunch of kiddos in there, and you happen to have enough to be able to form a basketball team or something like that, pull them together. Just see what you can do. Go compete a little bit, and let's have some fun. I'll see everybody out there, because it seems like I'm out there for every single season now. That's the fun part. All right, Mr. Lawrence, I'm not aware of a closed session. We're good? All right, so with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Motion's been made and properly seconded to adjourn. There's no debate on that motion. We'll vote by show of hands. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. We stand adjourned.